I will open our meeting. Welcome everybody. We are live streaming and audio streaming to the community, and for the purposes of recording, if you can wait till I announce you and then start speaking. I note that we have two councillors still on their way, I think. We don't have any apologies, so there might just be Councillor Kelly and Councillor Lohberger coming. And there's no leave of absences. I'll start with an acknowledgement to country. So acknowledging that we are meeting on the land of the traditional owners, who are the traditional owners of this land, the Muanina people, and they lived here for hundreds of generations. And I'd like to acknowledge the determination and resilience of the Palawa people of Tasmania, who have survived invasion and dispossession and continue to maintain their identity, culture and rights. The minutes of our 14 October meeting have been circulated. They've been moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. It's carried unanimously. Item 3 is transfer of agenda items. Are there any items proposed for transfer?
Yes, Lord Mayor. I'd like to move item 24 be held as early as possible. There are members of the public who are interested in the item, and save them waiting. It would be appropriate if we could have that matter heard early. Thank you.
Okay. A seconder for that? Alderman Bloomfield, sorry. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour?
In favour, I'm showing Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, and for the noes, I'm showing Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Deputy
Okay, we'll move on now to communications from the Chair. I don't have any tonight. Item 5 is notification of council workshops. So just running through, there have been 2 workshops since our last meeting. On the 21st of October, the workshop covered a briefing from the Enterprise Group, fire season preparedness briefing, the risk management framework and risk appetite review workshop, and the 2023-24 financial statements briefing. Then on the 4th of November, we had a workshop that covered the Kunyanyi Mount Wellington Strategic Review being undertaken by the State Government, Macquarie Point Multipurpose Stadium, which is on the agenda tonight, and the West Hobart Local Area Mobility Plan. Okay, so that's item 5. Item number 6 is public question time. Do we have any public questions? Okay, would you like to come forward to the microphone and just introduce yourself? Now, can I just let you know that under our meeting procedures, you can your question generally and any introductory comments needs to come within 60 seconds or 1 minute.
Thank you for that. Susan Wallace, I'm a Hobart ratepayer. Councillors will be aware that the State Government announced the revival of its plans to sell the historic state-owned Treasury buildings just this past weekend. And the most likely outcome of this is that it would end up becoming yet another privately owned top-end hotel. This has been met already with dismay by many of my fellow ratepayers. There are so many wonderful public uses that these buildings could be put to, many of which I think Lord Mayor have already been suggested to you via a Facebook post. To borrow from Open House Hobart, the Treasury and Finance Complex comprises of 8 buildings that are regarded as the most significant in Tasmania's administrative history, including the oldest Supreme Court in Australia, built in 1824. Will the Council be developing an alternative proposal that would see these historic buildings stay in public hands or possibly in a public-private partnership to add to the amenity, cultural life and livability of our city? And part 2 of that question is, what can the ratepayers do to help develop such a proposal?
Thank you, Susan. I might refer to the CEO to provide a response, but I think we'll probably take it on notice to give you
I think
detail.
that would be best, Lord Mayor, to take it on notice. Obviously, the decision was only announced on the weekend, so we will take some time to consider that and look at what our options that we have, and then to communicate that so the community are clear on what we're doing.
But we'll provide that in writing, so we'll provide that in writing after the meeting. Thank you. Another question up the back. Would you like to come forward?
My name is Maria Riedel, and I'm here again regarding the cycling lane on Collins Street. We'd like to ask you to have a public meeting regarding the proposed lanes in Campbell Street and Argyle Street. Also, could Council please itemise what exactly was asked and how consultation was conducted with the public and the affected businesses on Collins Street? From what I understand, pieces of paper were handed out, or somebody was standing on the street and asking questions. That's not consultation. I ask that this, as my community, to my community, it looks as if consultation was selective and at a minimum, because the outcome was already decided. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Riddell. Because that relates to an item on the agenda, we will be taking that on notice. And if your question isn't addressed in the debate, there'll be a written response provided. Are there any other questions? Mary Jew, would you like to come forward? Again, into the microphone if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mary Jew. So it's recorded for anyone watching.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Chris Merridew. The question I submitted to the previous meeting of the Council was, what are the projected increases in exhaust emissions as the traffic will be queuing for much longer at each intersection, because there shall only be one exit gate. For example, when you come out of 2 lanes out of Centre Point, there shall be 1 lane out of Victoria Street, which cuts that capacity to move cars down by 50%, whether you are going up to the right up Collins Street, to South Hobart, to Kingston, to Huonville, or across to Macquarie Street, to the Eastern Shore, or down Collins Street. I cannot understand why I get an answer back from the director who says it's very difficult to quantify the emissions, and it is not envisaged that the Collins Street proposal will result in an increase in environmental emissions. Now, for a council for many years has been concentrating on removing cars from the city with the sole purpose of trying partly to remove exhaust emissions, I cannot believe why I get an answer that says, well, basically, it's not exhaust emissions, it has anything to do with the council's concern in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. As with the previous question, that is being discussed, or that's on the agenda tonight, so under our meeting procedures, we'll take that on notice, and if it's not addressed in the debate, there'll be a response provided. Thank you.
That was from your response, of course, yes.
Any further questions from the floor? There being none, we will move on to the responses taken to public questions taken on notice. So there's a number of just the one response to Mr. Merridew. Would someone like to move that be received and noted. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 7 is petitions. I understand there is a petition and the CEO will read it out.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yes, we did receive a petition. The subject matter is the sanction war profiteering in Hobart City. The state of the actions sought by the petitioners are to call for a free, independent Palestine and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, cut all financial and public ties to the apartheid Israeli state and any private business or government that supports them materially or trades with them, sanction any private business operating in Hobart City who produces dual-use materials that are used in the manufacturing of weapons. So the total number of signatures to the petition are 100.
Okay. Someone like to move that be received? Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Councillor Kitsos. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Favour, I'm showing Councillor Dutta, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor, and the noes.
Against.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, I think you've got your hand up there, Councillor Kelly. Carried.
Okay. Item 8 is consideration of supplementary items. There are none, I don't think. Item 9 is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Would any elected members like to indicate any interests, pecuniary or otherwise, in any items?
Yes, in 22, the Code of Conduct.
22 for Councillor Elliott. That's it. Okay, we'll move on to our first officer report, which is item 10. It's the Macquarie Point Multipurpose Stadium project of state significance, the integrated assessment notification and consultation request. Would someone like to move? Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Dutta. Any discussion? The submission to be submitted. Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the efforts of our officers in preparing such a detailed response to the proposed Macquarie Point multipurpose stadium. We must critically assess whether this particular development truly aligns with Hobart's unique needs and identity. Hobart's heritage, cultural richness and carefully considered urban design require developments that not only serve practical purposes but also enhance our distinct identity. A stadium of this scale raises serious concerns about its compatibility with our city's infrastructure and its alignment with Hobart's community-centric and sustainable values. This is why I'd like to propose the following amendments tonight. Firstly, regarding the transport study outlined in Appendix N, I suggest that we request a mesoscopic modelling to better understand the potential impacts on Hobart CBD, particularly in relation to Davey Street. The report indicates that if the Collins Street active travel bridge is not included in the design, 2 lanes of Davey Street will need to be closed during major events to ensure pedestrian safety. This would reduce Davey Street to a single lane, which would have significant and wide-ranging consequences for the transport network across Greater Hobart. Given the scale of this issue, I believe it is essential that we seek further clarity and request that the Commission engages with the Government to understand how the transport network will function without the bridge. It's critical that we fully comprehend these implications before moving forward. So that's the first component of this amendment tonight. I think we're going to pop that up on the screen just to gain some clarity around the particular wording. But while I continue on, the second thing that I'd like to propose that we amend is including the requirement for a comprehensive independent noise and vibration impact assessment to be conducted by expert consultants to fully understand the impact of the construction and the ongoing operations on the Tasmania's Symphony Orchestra. This assessment would specifically evaluate the potential effects on the Federation Concert Hall, the Tasmanian Symphony Orchestra Rehearsal and Film Studio, the practice rooms and the ABC Recording Studio. These spaces are not merely buildings, they're integral to the cultural heart of Hobart and indeed to Tasmania. The TSO must be shielded from disruptions that could impair its ability to rehearse, perform and record. I'd like to remind you that the proposed stadium is just 170 metres away from the Federation Concert Hall. Again, the specific wording for the amendment can be seen on the screen. Lastly, I'd like to suggest that we request more detailed information about the waste removal strategy for the stadium precinct. Specifically, we need to clarify the frequency and volume of the waste that will be generated at the site and where this waste will end up. Having this information up front will allow us to ensure that the waste is managed effectively, minimising disruption to the surrounding community and the environment. In short, Hobart's future development must respect and safeguard our cultural institutions, and I urge you tonight to take this responsibility seriously as we consider this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Kitsos, is that seconded by Councillor Posselt? Any discussion on the amendment before I move that?
Well, Mayor, just to say that
Councillor Harvey.
I commend the amendments. I think these are really important amendments, especially with regard to independent noise and vibration. I'm not sure if others took the opportunity to speak with the, Councillor Kelly did. He and I met down at the TSO to have a chat with the good folk down there and get a good comprehensive understanding of the needs of the TSO, who I now understand are a huge employer in Hobart as well. They've got an orchestra that they employ, plus all the administration staff. So that's a big business for Hobart. It's been around for a long time and hopefully it'll continue for a long time in Hobart. It's an orchestra that's in the top 100 orchestras in the world. And the work that they do there with regard to their recording studio and their documentary making side of it is also an important component, important cultural component for not just Tasmania but for Australia. So I have concerns that whatever happens over the stadium site, the proposed stadium site, might have a detrimental impact on them, and I think we need to understand what the impact could be. With regard to the Davey Street lanes, I think that's a critical component as well. What happens when 2 lanes of Davey Street are closed potentially, 35, 40 times a year, if the stadium lives up to expectations, if it ever gets built, that there's going to be all sorts of events that happen there, plus the handful of football games. What's going to be the impact on the traffic in Hobart? I don't know. And that's especially so if they don't complete those other infrastructure projects that we know and understand are critical for alleviating any traffic problems. So I support these 3 amendments.
Further discussion, Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I won't speak for too long on this. Look, I'm very pleased to support this motion, the original motion, and I do applaud the staff who put it together. There's obviously a lot of hard work has gone into that, and I really appreciate the way it's been put together by them. Look, I also strongly support the amendments that have come forward here, especially the call to conduct a proper independent study into the effect on the TSO and the Federation Concert Hall for noise and vibration coming from the proposed stadium. The information provided by the proponent on this topic, it absolutely beggars belief, to be honest, having had a look at it. And I'm really happy to join the call for this work to be done independently of this government and its agencies. I also do strongly support the first part of the amendment as well. What is going to happen to our transport network if the government just doesn't build the transport infrastructure that is needed? And of course, what happens to the cost of the stadium if they do build it? So they're caught on a cleft stick here, but what they cannot do is just say they're not going to do the work because they need to spend the money and leave the residents of Hobart to deal with the mess if the stadium ever gets built. So I do commend the amendment and the motion to my colleagues.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I get really frustrated when I see these complex amendments that come through. We had a workshop. This should have been brought through to the workshop so that we could actually get proper backup from the staff regarding these issues. I also attended a meeting with the TSO. My family have a bit of a relationship with the TSO, and frankly, my understanding was that they've actually already reached out and done some of this work, so why are we asking it to be done twice? And these are the kind of reasons why I'm thinking, look, this is all on the fly, it's all very nice, but if we were going to be professional about it, this should have been brought into the workshop, discussed there. The staff would have had an opportunity to put this together and make sure what we're asking for is actually appropriate. Because I have concerns that we're probably overreaching a bit here. I'm not against the concept of looking at the independent noise and impact, but if it's already been done, we're asking for it to be done twice. And more importantly, with the transport study, for this council who has consistently been anti-cars, all of a sudden there's a problem. I find this quite unusual in the fact that we have to double do everything. If you want an amendment, it needs to be something small and subtle. This is way too much to be asking for at too late a point.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you. Look, when it comes to amending section F, I'm not 100% sure what the benefit is of adding in that we request mesoscopic modelling. My understanding is mesoscopic is terminology more used in physics where you're studying atoms. Perhaps actually a question for my benefit because I don't have a traffic modelling background, but through you to the appropriate director, do we do mesoscopic modelling for traffic?
Mr. Noy, did you want to
Yes, Lord Mayor. We certainly do have a mesoscopic model for the city that we have engaged a consultancy firm to provide. So, yes, there is that model there. They haven't necessarily engaged that model, as I understand it, to shore up the concept as to what that impact would have in closing those two lanes. But we've alluded to that already in our draft letter, and it's important to understand that we have engaged consultants to do a more definitive position in relation to those sorts of impacts. And this is but the first stage of this fairly lengthy, complex engagement and assessment process. And the council will have other opportunities following that qualified advice, that consultancy advice on those matters. So hopefully that assists.
Thank you, that does assist. My interpretation of that would be that we're doing this anyway, and so we probably should wait for that to come back to us before we ask other people to do the same work. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Look, I guess fundamentally, in my mind, item F already asks for the Commission to seek clarity for the impacts on the network. I'm not sure that we need to add that line in. It would appear from the answer of the Director we're already doing some of this modelling anyway. Having someone else then go and do the modelling would seem to just be a waste of public funds and a doubling up. That said, I don't think it actually changes the intent of that paragraph in terms of what we're asking, the feedback we're giving the Commission. So, look, I'm just not convinced that asking for mesoscopic modelling is of necessarily public value or benefit if we're doing it anyway. And in regards to the TSO and the impact, I would have imagined that the impact of sound is already something that the Commission would be looking at. And I did note that in the workshop when they were talking to us about it, they indicated that they had done, well, I understood it to be independent modelling. I guess it was modelling they commissioned as opposed to modelling that was commissioned by someone else. But look, again, I don't know that we necessarily need to ask for that again. It would appear to me that if both of those items were complied with, it would represent a doubling up, and ultimately the entity we're asking to do this is a public entity funded by Tasmanians, and I just personally don't see the benefit. I think that we need to have faith and trust in the officers and the recommendation that they've put together, and adding extra components in at the final hour, I think just risks doubling up rather than adding value to it. Although I can see exactly where those two go to, I just don't believe they're necessary. Thanks.
Further discussion on the amendment? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Pselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, you had your hand up. Councillor Elliott. Councillor Coates. Alderman Bloomfield. Councillor Kelly, your hand is up. It's carried.
Okay, so we've now got a motion that's amended. So would anyone like to speak to the substantive motion? I think Councillor Coates was up first.
Look, just leading on from my previous comments, it's now difficult to support this because I believe that if the Commission do as we've now asked in the amendments, it'll just be a doubling up of public resource. So, look, that said, it will be very interesting. I'm sure a lot of people in Hobart will keep a close eye on this project, and we'll see what happens.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a few questions through you to the appropriate director. With regards to attachment 1 on page 4, there are 4 dot points with regards to the infrastructure. The following infrastructure, they were excluded. And I'm simply asking the question, are there other infrastructure, for example, Davis Street footpath expansion, the Collins Street redesign, the CBD bus lanes, the Evans Street redesign, the Hunter Street car parking configuration, if these are also included in that?
Included in the proposal.
In the 4 dot points here, or should we add them on?
Okay, so these are other items that potentially aren't in the proposal. Mr. Noy?
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. Look, the four items that were referenced were essential elements to the stadium proposal. Those other elements are not as essential as the 4 that were documented.
Just a follow-up question. So if, for example, the developments do occur and they become the responsibility of the Hobart City Council, it will cost us financially. Would that be correct?
Mr. Noy?
It would, depending on whether there was any contribution from the state government and what conditions were imposed on the proposal, it would depend on those sorts of outcomes. So I wouldn't like to speculate as to whether it would fall on us solely in relation to those upgrades or not.
Any further? You had some further questions.
Yeah, another question through you, Chair. Can the following also be included in the submission? A view from Muir and Henry Jones Building, a view from Davis Street Avenue close to the Domain Tennis Centre, and a Burden Street, I think it is, from the Glebe. Wondering if that can be added to the view as well, or the reason why it's not there.
Mr. Noy, or are those views already in the proposal, or it wouldn't be Old Bowden Street? It would Aberdeen Street, would it be, or are there views from the Glebe? Or
look, first of all, the Muir's view, I think there is one, view 8 within the submission already covers that view line. Davies Avenue, there would be potentially some benefit in including that, although within our submission we do advocate for a copy of the 3D CAD model, which would allow the council to incorporate the design into our 3D digital model, in which case we would be able to have a view line from anywhere within the city, including Aberdeen, including Davies Avenue, or anywhere within the city. So I think we already cover that, the question of sightlines through that request.
Thank you. Another question with regards to the easement. Are there any service easements, and if they will have to be on the title if that is taken into consideration?
Mr. Noy?
Yeah, look, there will be a number of easements on the title. There are a number of mains that go through the site from Taswater perspective. The major stormwater Hobart rivulet easement is separate to the principal site. So, but there are a number of other easements that serve functions for other providers of infrastructure.
Councillor Dudder, is that all your questions?
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion?
I've got a question, Lord Mayor. Just regarding the Aboriginal culturally informed zone. In the two previous incarnations proposed for the Mac Point site, there was quite a substantial Aboriginal component of those, reconciliation park and lots of planning that went into that over two different versions. What currently is the outcome that they're proposing for the Aboriginal part of this development? Can I just get an understanding of the size and the importance of that zone going forward?
Would Mr. Knight, did you want to take that?
Yes, look, it's a significantly reduced area. I don't have the exact figure, and we've included a point in relation to that. Point L, so we've identified that as an issue that we've raised. There will be further advice coming to Council in relation to that matter as we go through the assessment process.
But Lord Mayor, I think we did have a clear expectation over many years that this would be a significant component of whatever happens on the site. And it's disappointing to think that it's just been kind of brushed away. That's my comment.
Further discussion on the proposal? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I think that this is a willful and egregious breach of the Governor's order for the project of state significance to proceed. The government are being completely disingenuous when the Governor stated in that order that any POS proposal for the stadium should include B, the related infrastructure and services necessary to support the stadium and its operation. Here we have a government that has presented a proposal under that order that does not include a road to access the car park. It does not include an active travel bridge that joins the stadium to Collins Street, which is essential for disbursement of crowds to get to and from the stadium. And we know from the government's own documentation that Davey Street will need to go to one lane only if that bridge is not built. We haven't seen any traffic modelling to suggest what that will look like, but we know that 23,000 people on a good day will be trying to access the city at the same time to go to the game, which is about the equivalent of what we see in morning peak when we introduce contraflow measures to ensure we can move enough people into the city as efficiently as possible. We are having the opposite effect of decreasing the ability to move people into the city from the east in particular as a result of not having this active travel bridge included in the project of state significance proposal. They say in their own documentation that large volumes of people will need to get to the stadium by bus. That is in their documentation. And yet, no event plaza for the buses. Nowhere for a bus to even drive because there's no Northern Access Road or bus plaza included in their application for a project of state significance. Now, this isn't a mistake. This is not a mistake. We know that they can't deliver the stadium for under the budget that they've allocated for it. And by not including these components, they can willfully get away with not telling the public how they're spending public money. And it's not acceptable, and that's why I welcome the fairly strongly worded letter that we are providing back to the Commission, and I thank Ms Lawley and the team for preparing and briefing us on this matter and bringing these very important issues to the fore and allowing us as elected members of the city which will host this stadium to convey that to our constituents, our ratepayers and users of the city, that the POS is not up to the standard that is required for us to assess it. And unless those changes are brought into it, I can't support any stadium or a project of state significance legislation until I have all the information and all the supporting infrastructure, which is what the Governor's order demanded of the government, and they have failed to deliver.
Further discussion?
I have a question.
Alderman Zuko.
If anyone can answer the question through you to the appropriate person. Is it the Liberal Party and the Labor Party both supporting the stadium? Is that correct or incorrect?
Did you want to take that?
Well, I mean, based on public commentary, that would appear that both are supporting, yes.
Okay. So it's not just the government here, is it? That's my question. Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
My understanding that this motion was to put a recommendation through to government. It was nothing to do with supplying a grandstand on political basis. So I fail to understand the relevance of the prior commentary. We have a DA or a project to comment on. Let's comment on the project and keep ourselves within scope.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes, I'd like to echo Alderman Bloomfield's comments there. Look, no one at this table has any idea what the cost is going to be. We're going to be finding that out. So for us, for any member here to stand up and make an authoritative statement that they know how much the project's going to be, sorry, we're not in our lane, and I just think that's meddling with trouble with that sort of commentary.
Further discussion? Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I take the points made, but I want to elaborate and firstly begin by saying I commend the staff for the points they have made. I have read it. It's been very objective and it's very clear. So I want to totally support the recommendations. However, I also want to take this opportunity to say that as far as my understanding of this is concerned, is that, you know, when I look at it, I see a number of issues in here. Firstly, that we, as the Hobart City Council, we are not the planning authority, which the council have stated very clearly. I accept that point very clearly. However, the Hobart City Council will be a planning authority with regards to the within and around the MacPoint precincts. So that is an important point that the councillors have made. The other point that they have made, and I appreciate this, the clarification they have given to us, that we have a capacity on two grounds. Our capacity as an adjacent landowner to make comments, and this is what we are doing here as far as the staff is concerned. And secondly, because the stadium is built in this municipality, in the city of Hobart, which is our municipality, we are entitled to comment because of the impact it's going to have. And hence, I, again, simply quoting and using and referring the staff comments made in here. However, I want to add a third element to that. And the third element is based on the Local Government Act 21B, that we represent and promote the interests of the community. And 28(1)A says in C, to facilitate and encourage planning and development on the municipal area in the best interests of the community. Now, there are some community members who are opposing this, and therefore some of us may be representing them and voicing their opinions. Others would be able to voice the opinion of those who support it, because we represent the community who have voted us in. However, having made those comments and read the report, there are a number of concerns, and Councillor Passault have already mentioned point number 1 with regards to the non-compliance with element B of the order. And I think it is a significant point that the staff have in fact brought it to our notice. And I totally accept that, and we need clarification on this matter because there is a prima facie case that there is non-compliance. And hence, we are simply seeking for additional clarification, and I support that. They further make comments about heritage issues. And I think they made very important point with regards to the heritage values of the good shed, the red shed, and the engineering building. Now, to relocate the good shed, it removes it from its heritage context. And I think it's an important point for us to consider. And it is mentioned in there that this is our concern as well, and further details will come later on. Mention have been made about visual impact, and I've taken a number of points that they have made, and the one significant one that stands out is that the stadium will be obscure. It'll obscure the views from the cenotaph and the other vantage points. And again, it's there in the document for us to read. Now, but the more interesting point for me is the impact this is going to have. Now, the citywide impact is far-reaching, I think, and already traffic has been mentioned. But if we expand that further, what are the emergency management arrangements when changes happen? May I ask for 3 more minutes, please?
Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now, there will be, there is an accident on the bridge and there's great disruption. Traffic comes to a standstill. And again, going back to the point that Councillor Posselt made with regards to the Collins Street Bridge, as it were, now, if that is not taken into account, then it's going to create a lot of problems. Closing 2 lanes of Davis Street and only using one, it is huge. As it is, without it, we have a lot of problems, as we have heard. And then the other point that the report makes is, again, very important, I think, the residential accommodation and how will this affect housing. Now, this will definitely have an impact. Now, there is the study there that suggests otherwise, but I am critical of the evidence that I have read. Now, we are saying to ourselves that finance is not our area of comment, but as ratepayers who have expressed their concerns to me and a number of others, definitely, this is going to be a blowout. The facts, in fact, very clearly states that there was going to be 715 million, but when you take into account all the other infrastructure that is not taken into account, it's going to make an impact. So with those observations, I would want to once again commend the staff and for the points they have made for further investigation and the submission they made. Thank you.
Alderman
Mayor, I have another question. Lord Mayor, under 10 financial liability. It's 10.2.1. It's stated here that whilst the planning assessment of the stadium has been declared a project of state significance, it is unclear at this stage what additional planning applications will be submitted in related infrastructure and wider precinct. Can I ask this question in regards to that? My question is, if I owned a block of land that I could build 24 units on and I wanted to just put an application in to build 1 unit, could I do so even though the parcel of land could have 24 units on it?
So, Alderman Zuko, I'm not sure that that's a directly relevant question.
It is, Lord Mayor, and I'll get to my debate in a moment.
Can I just ask that you ask a much more direct
Look, I'll get to my debate. In any planning application, a person does not have to necessarily put in the complete documentation into planning, into council or any authority. Because if I've got a parcel of land and I can build 24 units on, I can actually put an application in for one unit and then put another one in for another 2 and continue on. So to make statements that at this point in time everything hasn't been submitted, it's probably correct. They're probably still working on it. And how many times do we as a council ask developers for more information? So, look, Lord Mayor, I find this debate is not about us putting in something to the government, who unfortunately has been the target here, because my understanding is both the government and the opposition are fully supportive of this project. So let's not government bash here. Let's be honest with ourselves and just turn around and say, look, I personally am against this project, because I think that's basically what a lot of us should be saying if we are. To be honest with you all, I'm actually pro Stadium 2, but if we as a city want to be in the game of having an AFL side, like everyone says, well, I want an AFL side, well, we've got to accept the reality, and the reality is that we need a stadium. That is part of a contract. Now, it's a contract that, whether we like it or dislike it, exists. So, the government, working with the opposition, have come up with this. Well, actually, the government came up with a project, but both groups now support it. So, we're not the planning authority here. Our concerns, be it may, yes, maybe that it could create traffic. What, for a day? Wow. One day, every 2 or 3 weeks? What is the economic benefits to the city for that one day? And I know one thing is I do travel. I travel Australia watching my side play AFL football. And if anyone's ever walked Adelaide or walked to Brisbane or walked to Melbourne, so many people leave the MCG, the Gabba and Adelaide Oval walking. Yes, there are those people that drive. This is the reason why you build stadiums close to the city, because people will be flying into Hobart Airport, staying in the city of Hobart and its surrounding areas. They don't need to drive. It's only those people that may live on the outskirts of the city. Now, if we're working on the ferries and the people are walking from the city, I really can't see the big issue here. You know, we talk about bike lanes, but we forget about the fact that people will walk from the city, and I can see people walking from South Hobart to go, if they decide to go, or West Hobart. This is, to my point of view, and I think it's been mentioned earlier, this is political bashing of the current government. But if we're going to be politically bashing, let's bash both the parties that are supporting this. So the only ones that are not supporting it are the Greens. So we've got one political party is against it, 2 political parties for it. Most likely the independents will be for it. I know David O'Byrne is. Could I have 3 minutes extension, please, Lord Mayor?
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
I'm not quite sure about Christy Johnson, but I would say she most likely would be, thereabouts. So it's the majority of our parliament. And who are we as the City of Hobart elected members, governed by those people over there, to say, no, you're not going to do it? Well, you know what? They can do it whether we like it or whether we don't like it. So if we're going to give some feedback to the government or those people who are going to deliver this project, let's give them feedback that I think is justified. And one thing is not justified is us talking about the finances of the state on how much this project will cost, because it's got nothing to do with us. It's got to do with the taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer. It's got to do with me. So if we want to stand here and talk about our community, let's at least look at the other side of the community that's going to benefit from it, like our young kids, male and female, both male and female, because AFL has become such an important component of our young kids flowing through. Give our young kids an opportunity to be the best, rather than having to go to Queensland to be the best in swimming. Let's try and get our young people being the best here in our state, and we're not delivering that for them because they have to leave the state. And yesterday I was in Melbourne chatting with a young chap who's been in Brisbane, now has had to go to Melbourne to try and get his foot in the door of AFL. Well, we need to have our team here, and we need the stadium to be able to do that. And our young people are the ones that are going to benefit from this, not today, but in 10 to 15 years' time.
Lord Mayor,
Councillor Harvey.
I have a question. If the bridge got built on Collins Street, the end of Collins Street, the pedestrian cycle bridge, would that alleviate the issue of Davey Street having to close 2 lanes through you to the appropriate officer?
Sorry.
Based on the submission, we believe so.
Thank you. Yeah. No, sorry, I've already spoken. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I won't be long. I just wanted to highlight that we're not in fact taking a position on this project. I think, as is outlined there at paragraph 2, and I've repeated, it says, Council is of the view that in order to form a view on the project, more time is required to fully review and assess the application. And that's what the gist of this submission is. It goes on to talk about the reports are to provide an outline of relevant objectives of and outcomes to be achieved under the Acts. Goes on to talk about parts B and C of the Sullivan's Cove planning scheme. And also points out, in order to meet its responsibilities and undertake due diligence assessment, Council requests that the following additional information. And it goes on from A through to L, and now we have the M as well. So we're seeking this additional advice. And I'll reiterate one more time what the purpose of this submission is, because it appears we should keep this in mind. I reiterate once again, the submission is the view that in order to form a view on the project, more time is required to fully review and assess the application. And that's what this submission is about. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried in. Oh, sorry. All those in favour?
Favour, I'm showing Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, and Councillor Kelly.
Okay, we'll move on now to item 11, which is the Stormwater System Management Plan. It's a report provided. Recommendation moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Discussion on this at all?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Harvey.
This was quite a comprehensive report, and I think we had the background of this at a workshop some time ago as well, which in which the lead person on this gave us a very good presentation. So I'm pretty pleased about where this has got to. One thing I did want to focus on, I think Councillor Lohberger will agree with me here, and that's just a minor little thing in there that I just wanted to highlight, and that's Stormwater, page 20, number 13, improve ecological values of rivulet and the Doon. And it talks about small-scale management to promote ponding in conjunction with the City of Hobart open space people. And for me, that's a really important component of how we manage water in Hobart, stormwater and water running into our streams down the various stormwater channels. And that's how do we keep more water in the landscape before it hits the rivers and rivulets. So I'd like to think that in time and over time, we start to build ponding elements within the network so that water's not just running 100% through a culvert into a rivulet and then heading off to the Derwent, that it does actually get a chance to run over land, fill some pond-like structures, have an opportunity to infiltrate into the ground and provide that drought-proofing into the future for whatever vegetation is around it. But it's not going to save us from the big flood, but nothing will. And I would like to highlight that that flood will occur. And recently there was, and just recently, very recently, in September this year, there was major floods in the Derwent Valley. And I went to a meeting up there on Saturday, and there's usually about 100 people that attend these meetings, and there was only about 20 people there because everybody was flat chat on their farms, you know, getting work done that they couldn't do because they were delayed by the floods. So floods are a big deal in all of Tasmania. We will see extremes. We will see a change in rainfall. We will see our dams affected differently by whether the rain falls in the right spot. But overall, we need to manage water really well and see it as a resource. So when it does rain, how do we capture it? When there's too much of it, how do we get rid of it in an effective way? But from a drought-proofing into the future perspective, I think we need to manage it really well so we don't let it all run away when it does rain. And that's something I'd like Council to focus on, because we will regret it if we don't put water back into the ground, and if we don't future-proof our parks and our reserves into the coming decades, as climate change has a bigger and more serious impact on us as a city and us as a region and on the whole island basically. So managing water into the future will be a critical component of all local government's responsibilities.
Further discussion, Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just speak quite briefly on this as well. Look, along with bushfires, severe climate change-driven floods represent one of the greatest risks to this city. There's clearly a lot of work to do in this area to maintain, upgrade and make safe all of our stormwater infrastructure. And that goes especially along the Hobart rivulet. So I just want to thank the hard-working staff in the stormwater team for putting together this enormous program of works and needs for the city. There is quite a lot to it, and obviously there's a lot of focus on the Hobart rivulet, which represents some really significant and complex problems. And I just want to commend the work that they've done here and the motion itself. So thank you.
I think Councillor Alderman Bloomfield was up first.
I'm really grateful to see this motion up, mostly because stormwater and flooding seems to be the quiet little sister of fire. We are all very aware of the fact that fire is a major hazard for our city. We're one of the top cities in the world for risk and hazard for that. But equally too, we have a lot of problems with our stormwater issues. And the differential particularly too is that with fire we use education and processes like that to control and look after what we do to monitor our hazards there. But with stormwater, it's really much on the shoulders of council. We need to continuously make sure that the structures we install are going to deliver, because that's where most of the work comes from. So as a result, anything that actually takes that seriously and gets that started is going to be really important. So I'm glad to see this is up, and I'm really, really hoping that we keep on putting it up front as one of our major issues and continue to invest in it.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to echo the sentiment of all the elected members that have spoken so far. Thank the officers for the amazing report that they've produced. I learnt a lot about our history, but also some geology and overland flows as well. And I want to emphasise the importance of the stormwater network and ensure that I raise as an elected member my view that we need to be doing more and spending more to secure our stormwater into the future, especially as we face challenges with climate change, and I'll get to that in a moment. I'd also call on the state government to assist their capital city in this domain, because it's not just about the safety of the residents and people who visit, it's not just about protecting properties in the inner city in particular from flood, but it also is a significant opportunity cost when it comes to development. We've already seen a large-scale development turned down on Campbell Street, specifically as a result of stormwater concerns that had modelling of 2 metre flows at 22 metres per second, as I recall, in a habitable area. Having an inadequate or not fit for purpose stormwater network means that we can't attract the developers that we need to build the development that we need to secure the city's future. But I'll just take a moment to read from this report, because the central Hobart section is quite... it grabbed my attention, let's say that. So the pipes in the Hobart CBD are generally some of the oldest in the network and include 100-year-old mains constructed of brick. The stormwater network in the adjoining historic suburb of Battery Point is also generally old, undersized, and doesn't extend to all properties. The enclosed channel that is the Hobart rivulet under the CBD varies in construction along its length, and some sections are purpose-built. That's great. But other sections are still the walls of the original brick and sandstone buildings that were built when Hobart was first formed. The enclosed section of the Hobart rivulet asset raises a number of issues, including legal accountability, constructability, that complicate the ability to renew and or upgrade the asset. So there's a whole bunch of complexities about the rivulet, but there's also complexities about the way that the land was reclaimed at the waterfront that has resulted in a dam-like effect that occurs in Hobart CBD, and the fact that many of the older drainage channels into the River Derwent sit below the high water mark. So during high tide, we cannot drain Salamanca Place. And I wonder what this looks like for our future as we see more storm surge, as we see increased tidal levels, and indeed as we see sea level rise more broadly. So it's really concerning for me. I really welcome this report and the strategic direction that the council is headed in. I commend the officers, and I can't wait to get our teeth stuck in and really get to the bottom of how we can ensure and secure Hobart's future when it comes to stormwater and its articulation with development in particular. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item number 12 is the State Coastal Policy Submission. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion on this one?
Got a quick, a question around the timing, around how it worked out that, because this letter's been submitted already, from my understanding, it was dated the 21st. I was just wondering if we only had a really short time frame to provide feedback, or how come this one was sent off before coming to council? That's my question.
Mr. Noy.
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor. Yes, the officers didn't have sufficient time in which to get it to council. That can happen from time to time when governments give us minimal time in which to respond. I don't know the exact time frame that was given, but yeah, it was problematic for us.
And just one final question. Is it... obviously there would be some submissions where the council would be adamant that it would want to provide its approval. Is it the CEO's judgment as to whether we ask for an extension or not on submissions where there isn't time before the next council meeting? CEO? Who makes the call, I guess, on
officers will generally ask for the extension that have responsibility for the for this particular matter, and sometimes if it's not granted, we would say put a submission in as a preliminary and say that we will put it to the council and this will be our formalised submission, which would be what happens here, is this would supplant the council's submission that was made earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank Councillor Elliott for the question that she asked, because I really wanted some clarification on that as well. It was sent before it came to Council, so thank you for clarifying that. I do want to note, first of all, say thank you to the staff for this submission, which will, as the CEO has pointed out, be formalised. I do like the approach that it's focusing on risk-based management due to the recent legal challenges, and I just want to read something from the report. The City agrees that the current wording leads to problematic and ambiguous planning outcomes and legal uncertainty with regard to managing environmental risks. The City supports the proposed policy shift from a blanket prohibition to a risk-based approach to managing coastal processes and hazards such as flooding, storms, erosion, landslip and sea level rise. In reviewing the draft changes, it is noted here in the report that it is recommended that a framework or matrix be introduced that specifies acceptable risk thresholds based on defined scenarios. So I think it's a really thorough submission, and thank you very much to the staff.
Any further discussions? Alderman Bloomfield.
Given I don't believe we had this come to workshop prior, did we? No, I didn't think we did. And we also, I don't believe we've ever discussed having a wind farm in Hobart or anything like that. So, to be honest, this council's experience of handling these things would be reasonably limited compared to other smaller councils. And the other thing that the question that I would have asked if I had had a workshop would be, is this actually opening the door to possibly easier access for development, or is it making it harder? I'm not going to know that, and I think that this really should have been discussed, I think, with more education before we vote on it. And I just feel like the fact that we're being asked to provide a point of view when our experience is so limited that we are going to be used as an example for the other councils who do have experience to kind of be a little bit more heavy-handed with change. So I feel that it's probably not really appropriate to vote on this tonight.
Any further discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Show of hands. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, your arm's up there. Yes, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko and Alderman Bloomfield.
Moving on now to item 13. Is the proposed electrical infrastructure easement for Tas Networks, McVilly Drive, Queen's Domain. By Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Discussion?
I just had one question, Lord Mayor. How far away from the exercise equipment is the proposed substation? Adjacent to it and near it. Just through you, I guess.
Lord Mayor, I'm not able to give specific dimensions, but our team in the open space planning has been working quite closely with Tas Networks to make sure that there's no interference with that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 14, the response to the Development Assessment Panel draft bill. Would someone like to move this? Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Discussion?
I had a question, please, to the relevant director. Through you, Lord Mayor. Does the DAP need to adhere to the planning scheme?
Ms Abbey.
Through you, Lord Mayor, in my view that's very unclear from the draft bill. There's clearly a requirement under the traditional planning process for the planning scheme to apply. If an application is being assessed under major projects, there's a different way of setting the criteria. But this legislation, in my view, is not clear that the planning scheme is the assessing framework.
Follow up to that while you're up. If that was the case, would there be any other state in the country where their development assessment panels are not required to follow the planning laws?
Through you, Lord Mayor, it is the usual process for there to be a clear framework for assessment, whether that's through a planning scheme or through some other set of criteria like there are with major projects or the project of state significance. So no, I'm not aware of any other situation where there would be a broad brush, vibey sort of approach to assessing planning applications.
Discussion.
Lord Mayor, it was interesting how the Minister, Felix Ellis, used the Hobart City Council as an example of why we should take planning matters away from councils, in which he referred to the refusal of the 38 studio apartments in Argyle Street, which I find extraordinary that he would use that one example, which most of us supported, but unfortunately on the night of the committee meeting, the planning meeting, was rejected by a number of councillors, and that's the example he uses of why we should take planning away because of that one decision for Hobart, which I find quite extraordinary. But I think it's quite clear that the community do need to have a say in all development applications, and I don't think there is any strong community support for development assessment panels, anonymous people appointed to assess development applications, which to some degree excludes the community. And I think the council's representation here, or submission, really hits home. And it's really good to see the council being so strongly opposed to development assessment panels. And I see today in the paper that the Clarence Council also is, and the mayor over there is opposed to development assessment panels as well. So I think we need to send a loud and very clear message, which I think we do through our submission here, that this is the wrong direction we should be heading. And I did receive some correspondence today from a person who said they've just been to New South Wales and the community where they went, or the council where they were staying, was really annoyed that it had cost the council a lot of money to be able to challenge some of those decisions made by development assessment panels. The council would have made different decisions representing the community in the planning scheme, but now they were spending money defending decisions made by a development assessment panel, trying to counter decisions made by the development assessment panel. So this doesn't work elsewhere, and I don't think it'll work in Tasmania as well. I think we need to hold on to the planning within councils, because that's the best outcome for the community and for our overall planning schemes, where we need to be in authority, in a position of authority, to make sure we get the best outcomes and not have random things occur within the City of Hobart and anywhere else where planning matters. So I support the council's representation here, or deputation submission.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I've looked at a lot of this particular system and potential way it's going to be done, trying to understand what the impact will be. And the way I saw it is that at the moment we have a system where elected members get a limited choice to make decisions. And that is that if there's discretion, we can kind of lean one way or the other according to our constituents, according to the ratepayers. They kind of help us flavour our decisions, and so that's why we do our job. But the alternative will be that the people who will be then deciding, they'll be chosen by whoever is in power. So it's going to go from being something that is more equitable and generic and democratic from a number of people, 12 people here who are all walks of life making a decision, to a few people who are chosen by the party who is in power at the time. So that's something that's really got to sink in. So it means that should government change, so too could potentially those roles, depending on the contract they have at time. That in itself means that it becomes more political, not less. But on the other hand, I wasn't going to use the example of Argyle Street because I felt that was more of a data-driven issue than it was a political one at the time, to be fair. But one that was more political was a consistent treatment of short-stay accommodation, of which we all felt generically in some way that the legislation, the planning law, just didn't fit the community expectation, and we were constantly in a point of conflict, all of us. And we tried really hard to navigate that with different decisions, and they became political ones. I don't think we did a brilliant job at necessarily applying planning law in some instances, particularly when there were opportunities to select and put on the table short stay, so it stopped being in the hands of our directors who would normally make those decisions. Suddenly we're making the decisions again, so that we could apply more, I suppose, a political nuance to it again. And in that potential, that actual act, I think, really probably has led to a lot of this. Because as much as some people might not have liked short stay and the impact it had on community, we actually had to apply planning law whether we liked it or not. And we've got different things coming through through the courts and so forth that have shown that we haven't necessarily got it right. And I feel that particular filter is probably where we haven't really been at our best. And this, I would say, is a bit like a sledgehammer trying to crack a peanut. It's probably a little bit more savage than it needs to be to address the issue. But, you know, we really don't have a solution, but we also still have a problem. So whether this is the correct way, I feel it's way too far from where it should be. So I have difficulty supporting it for that very reason.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I just have a question through you to the Director of Planning. Could the Director please advise me the date that the Hobart City Council refused the application in Argyle Street, please? I'm happy to sit down and get back to me, it's all right. Yeah.
I would need to take that one on notice.
Thank you. I'll wait. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I've read the paper on it that's been provided. These panels are not anything new. They were very well on in states on the mainland, and look, you know, it's. And I'll just read a bit of the context from that. Regarding suggestions that the DAPs take away local democracy from planning decisions, planning is not actually supposed to be a democratic or political thing. That's always made clear to elected members when they get elected to council, that when acting as a planning authority, they aren't supposed to make planning decisions politically, etc. The chance to do that is when we have input into the planning scheme and all that sort of stuff around that, which we've been actively involved in with the new statewide planning scheme. So that's the political side of it. There's plenty of room for that, but it's pretty black and white. And I think there's decisions that have been seen here, referring to the one that Alderman Zuko's referring to, the St Vincent one, that was just a glaring example of how bad decisions sometimes are made, not only in this council but other councils, when unfortunately that was a terrible situation where marginalised people in society, the females for the St Vincent accommodation in Argyle Street there, that was the whole reason that the people who voted for it on issues pertaining to the planning scheme It was from the Minister, the Federal Minister, to the State Minister, to the Lord Mayor here, to our Deputy Lord Mayor, and to members of the elected members here, all because comments like, oh, this is sad, I went home and thought of all those poor females who are going to be on the street. I'm sorry, it has absolutely nothing to do with race, creed, religion, anything like that. And I think that there's been too many bad decisions go through this council that, and it's a wake-up call for other things that this council do as well, I'd say, that this is why probably a big stick has been taken to the whole process. There is still plenty the opportunity for people to be involved in it. All it's doing is making a situation more streamlined and fast-tracked. And I encourage people to read the briefing paper that has been provided on it and answers a real lot of questions on that.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, while we don't agree on too many things, we do get along quite well. But I found myself applauding Clarence Mayor Brendan Blomley this morning just for his very strong and truthful comments about this rotten proposal to remove significant planning issues from the community and instead ram them through the government's own hand-picked development assessment panels behind closed doors. It's my understanding that these DAPs will not even be subject to our planning laws, which I think we had confirmed earlier, or it's very unclear whether they are. And if not, they'll effectively be able to make whatever decision they feel like without any real reference to the communities affected or indeed to those who might ultimately end up living or working in the building itself that is the subject of the DAP hearing. So look, as a result, these developments are only appealable to the Supreme Court on a narrow focus and with a very high risk of the appellant being hit with prohibitive and ruinous cost orders. And the issue for me is the current system is not broken. We approved more than 98% of all applications to this council, and our colleagues on other councils around the state are not dissimilar. The system is not broken, so what are they actually trying to fix here? What is the fix? I mean, that's the question here. So look, I'll end by saying, look, thanks to the staff for preparing the report. It pulls no punches, and I think it does echo many of the comments made by Mayor Blomley in the Mercury today. So I'd commend this one to my colleagues. I will be voting for it. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Coates.
Lord Mayor. I'll keep my comments reasonably brief. Look, I think the report is actually very good and it makes a lot of very constructive comments and feedbacks. It points out some inconsistencies in the proposed legislation. It makes what I would consider to be some very good feedback. However, I just think the conclusion that they draw, which is that we don't want to go down the DAP model, is the wrong one. My experience on council is that when it comes to these large projects, there are members of the community that seem that politicise them and put pressure on elected members, when our job, if we're doing it properly, is to be independent and just try and apply the planning scheme. And I have seen time and time again where the planning scheme and public campaigns are waged, which ultimately end up being very divisive for the community. These are large projects. They're projects, the brutal reality is anyone that argues that our planning system works, I'd invite them to take a walk around the city. We've got open-air car parks 20 metres from the waterfront. The Elliott Crane site was just like dirt forever and ever and a day, and it was a massive public campaign being waged by the pub next door. But fine, good on them. That's the system they work in. But the outcomes that the city is receiving is we all know it. There is, on one hand, we've got a housing crisis, and we've also got all these really underdeveloped or undeveloped sites where the current system just frankly isn't working. So look, is the proposed DAP model the optimal, best model? Does it need more refinement? Yeah, it does. I think there's some parts in the report that, when I talk about inconsistency between calendar days, business days, what's the role of a CEO, all these sort of technical matters, I think it's good feedback. But to sort of get to the outcome that we should just oppose having a DAP in general, unfortunately, I think it's right to reflect that Hobart Council is probably one of the reasons why they're seeking to put this reform in place. So, look, it's in an ideal world, the best situation would be to have, your community representatives elected by members of the community are the first point of call in planning processes, but I can understand why from an investment and risk point of view, major projects or large projects might seek to go straight to a panel. And look, I've been on the receiving end. When I was first elected, they had a hospital proposal in Newtown, and it was a very large sort of community campaign. I mean, I remember the Elliott Crane site. It was, again, a very large, and sometimes these things can actually become very divisive in the community. There are people that, for very good reasons, don't want stuff to go ahead, and then, they know, if these people are elected, we can run a public campaign. We can seek to apply pressure. We had the farcical situation where prior to the last election, every single short-term accommodation was getting called before council. They were getting voted down, having to go to appeal at council's expense, even though we had all the advice in the world saying that they were approved. I remember Councillor Harvey being put in a horrible situation where he had to say, hand on heart, this thing complies, I'll vote for it, in the knowledge that there was members of the community running around attacking him for that vote. Now, well, I can send you the commentary if you like, but there were people who were highlighting who voted for what when on certain items. So look, is the DAP the best solution? Maybe not, maybe so, but I think we do need to have a solution, and I think just responding and saying we don't support this process at all is the wrong response, and so I can't find myself supporting the response that we're voting on tonight, although I do note that a lot of what the content that's in there I do actually agree with, and I think if it does go back, hopefully it is a lot of use to them, but the conclusions that they draw, I believe, are the wrong conclusions, so I can't be supporting it tonight.
Further, Councillor Elliott.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the pathway to how we found ourselves here is what Councillor Coates articulated. I think this council has been definitely a key motivator for the state government. It's had a good decade or so of evidence for why it would want to take action on planning. I don't support this submission, and there's two main reasons why. Firstly, like Councillor Coates, I disagree with the position that the submission contains, being that the position of the city that the draft bill is not supported, and one of the reasons there is it's because it says that it introduces politics into planning. I actually think this would be a withdrawal of a lot of politics from planning, because politics is constantly in planning. I was acutely aware of that when I was outside of council, and now I'm far even more so aware of it, and even more strongly feel about planning leaving council after being on council. Because, politics is constant. I mean, a couple of examples, we've obviously talked about Argyle Street, which, hand on heart, felt horrible to vote against, but I was focusing on the 500 traffic movements, and surprise, surprise, it turned out I was exactly right to focus on that 500 traffic movements, because that number was completely incorrect. And, we were crucified for voting against it because of housing for vulnerable people, but I had a planning hat on. And another, obviously, politics in planning example, a classic one, is the removal of the Crowther statue. I don't think you'll get any more of a political planning application than that one. The second reason why I'll be voting against this is I do think there's a lot of good feedback in this, good and valid feedback in this submission, but I'm actually really quite concerned about the emotive and at times rude and passive-aggressive tone of the submission. It's been others have described it as loud and a loud and clear and strong stand, but there's no way I would support this submission in its current form going out. I mean, when it's not outright rude, it's passive-aggressive. I mean, I've highlighted multiple statements here, which, for me, the submission feels like the angry email you write at 9 p.m. and then you look at it at 9 a.m. and think, OK, now I'll professionalise it. But, that hasn't happened. It refers to making statements. Making blanket statements is not evidence, and perceived problems, and in other jurisdictions have had numerous reforms in that time. But here we are, another proposed add-on. That the position is breathtakingly inappropriate, such flippant terms, and adds to the concern that the DAP is really just an opportunity for the state government to step in. I mean, this isn't all of them. And passive-aggressive comments, like we don't know what they are, so how can we comment? This is a glaring omission. I mean, they're valid points, but they're put forward in a really unprofessional way. I'm actually surprised. I've never seen anything like this with this tone. Correspondence that goes out from the council, we shouldn't be able to tell how the author of the correspondence votes. But it's all very obvious in this document how the author of the document votes. And I am concerned, I asked the CEO earlier if he had reviewed...
Elliot, can I just ask you to just reflect a little bit on the way you're describing staff and their professionalism, because we need to be conscious of the workplace health and safety of the chamber. So can I just ask you to be mindful of that, please?
So in terms of the submission itself, I wouldn't support this submission going out because it is unprofessional, the tone. Some valid comments in there, absolutely, but I am surprised that it's made its way to the chamber in this current format. Yes, so I'm actually really quite perplexed it's here, so I definitely won't be supporting it on those two key reasons. And I hope that we have some more filters and checking before submissions come like that.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, just my question, Lord Mayor. I'm just waiting for my answer.
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor. The council decision was to refuse was on the 8th of May, early this year, and the TASCAT decision to approve it was on the 31st of July.
So just reiterate, 8th of May 2024. Lord Mayor, it was stated earlier that the only reason why this is here is because Minister Ellis got so annoyed with that application in May, and that's why we've got it here. Well, in actual fact, the Premier made an announcement on the 21st of July 2023. The application in Argyle Street was 12 months later. So I don't know how Minister Ellis is advocating that he's doing this because of that application. Surprisingly, the Premier announced that in July 23, some 8 months just after this council was actually put in place. Maybe it's got to do with many years of frustration of developers and development, in particular the amount that has to go to TASCAT, and from a development that should take 42 days ends up taking 18 months to 2 years. And sometimes we question why we've got a shortage of housing in this city. Because developers, especially the big ones, even the small to medium ones these days, factor in that they have to go to TASCAT. Factor in that the 42-day period ends up being some time way down the track with hundreds of thousands of dollars of expenditure. We wonder why housing prices are so expensive, in particular in the new market. Lord Mayor, if people really want to understand what this is all about, the new planning proposal is about shortening the time frame. It's having an authority there of independent people who will not play politics with planning, because I've said it many times in my years of being on this council that elected members should not be the planning authority, because as Councillor Kelly has stated, that politics and our personal views, our ideology should not come into play in planning, but it does. It happened with short stay accommodation. And it's happened with many other things, in particular when costs ratepayers to fight battles in either courts or tribunals. That concerns me, and I've raised this for many years. Having an independent body means that they don't have to worry about what happens at the next election, because Joe Bloggs or Mary Lou has rung me up and said, how are you going to support this or not support this? And I've always said to people, I put my planning hat on, and that's the way I've operated. I think Mr. Noy could probably voted against maybe 4 or 5 applications in all my time on this council. Argyle Street was one of them, and I had concerns, but I changed my mind. But it had nothing to do with who was using it, because that's got nothing to do with planning. So the Premier announced this in July 23, maybe because of years of frustration of seeing the way elected members make decisions. That's what it's all about. I've been one in advocating that councillors should not be, councillors should not be the planning authority, because it takes away that little bit of power that some people may perceive they have as being the planning authority. And I've got a lot of respect for the Mayor of Clarence, but I believe that's what that's all about as well, because none of us really want to give up our little bit of power, do we? I support not only this component being the planning authority, but I fully support that each council and or there should be an independent planning authority to deal with. Can I have 1 minute, please?
Moved by Deputy, second by Councillor Harvey. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Councillor No, carried unanimously.
Doesn't necessarily have to be a state planning authority across the state. I still believe that councils could actually have an independent planning authority within its council. In other words, taking planning right away from us, the elected members, and implementing a specialist group of people, independent, who are experts in their field across the board. I've advocated that for years, and I'll continue to advocate this, but this has got nothing to do with Felix Ellis. It's got to do with the Premier.
Can I ask a question, Lord Mayor?
Councillor Harvey. Yes.
Could I get an understanding, please, from the Director of Planning? It was implied that the system's not working and that there's been 10 years of poor decision from a couple of the councillors tonight. Could I get an idea of our approval rate and the timeframes for approval? And also an idea of the commencement of projects? And also what causes delays with projects commencing?
Okay, sounds like there's 3 questions there.
Through you, Lord Mayor. So the first question was to do with approval times.
Approval timing? Within how often? What's the percentage of planning approval that meets the requirement? Then there's the commencement of projects, which is completely separate.
Through you, Lord Mayor. So the answer to the first one in terms of approval time. So we only have 42 days in which to assess an application. There are times when we ask for an extension of time for various reasons, but the majority of applications are assessed within that time period. From memory, we have statistics in the state government every year. From memory, the median assessment time was 36 days. Within that 42 days. So there are some that do take longer, but that's usually because the developer says, actually, I'd like to make some changes. Can I provide you with an extension of time and then allow for some negotiations to take place?
And the second part was the commencement periods. So a project gets approved, and then what percentage of development applications actually are commenced with big projects?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I would have to take that on notice to give. Well, I guess fundamentally my view is that planning is not the thing that slows down projects actually commencing. My view is that that is affected by external factors like, the financial market, other factors that influence whether people actually are going to put their money behind these ideas. That we do get some projects where people obtain planning approval with the intent of selling the land and demonstrating that that land is actually valuable because you can build a whopping big hotel on it, for example. But the majority of applications, I think people do go in with good intent, and then once they get to the actual pricing point, getting the building permit, they might find that it's not financially viable.
Okay, no, I appreciate that answer. It clarifies a lot of what happens here. Yep.
Councillor Kitsos was up first.
Just ask the Director another question, please, Lord Mayor. It's just, is the DAP only for large-scale projects, as it's been referenced tonight, or is it for different scale applications as well?
Zabi.
Lord Mayor, no, it's not. The Minister has the power to require that a DAP is created if an application is significant or important, or is likely to be controversial, if the Planning Authority may have, or if the Minister perceives that the Planning Authority may have a conflict of interest. So it really opens up, in my view, potentially any application we get could fall into those categories. They're very broad and vague, they're not defined, and so that is one of my key concerns with the referral criteria.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a few questions. Question one, what is the percentage of the development application that is approved by staff?
Ms Abbey.
Through you, Lord Mayor, my recollection is that it's about 98%. I'd have to take it on notice if you wanted a further clarification of that.
The second question is, what percentage goes to appeal with regard to the planning and development applications?
Ms Abbey.
Through you, Lord Mayor, I don't have those figures on hand, but it's a very small percentage of the applications that are considered by the Council. The majority of those are the ones that come to Planning Authority because they do tend to be the bigger, more complex applications. There are occasions when an officer-determined application will be appealed, but they're not very common at all.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, I have read through this draft bill and also the comments made by staff, and I recommend the staff for the position they have taken. Now, maybe some terms or the tone, as has been described, could be said to be emotive, but that's a position that the staff have taken. They've made the position. I don't think personally they are in politics. We are in politics, but I don't regard them to be in politics. So I take that as a position of neutrality where they've looked at the bill and said, now there are loopholes, there are dangers in this bill. Now, the thesis of this bill, the premise of it is based on this, and this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that it is taking politics out of planning. That is the truth behind this particular bill. Now, it appears to me that this is a misleading slogan. Taking politics out of planning sounds very noble, but when you scratch the surface, just beneath the thing, and you realize that there is a brazen power in play, I think. A power vested in one person, and I think that's the danger. For me, that is the crucial point, to vest power in one person. There is no objective test that the particular minister will use, but it will be subjective, and that creates problem. Now, for me, this is a recipe for disaster, because by concentrating decision-making authority in the minister's hands, this bill undermines accountability, transparency, and it takes away any checks and balances, which is very, very important. Now, if you do that, I think all of us being human and can be influenced by politics or people, then the risk in this unfettered power, in my view, are as follows. Bias and favoritism can creep in, and personal agendas and special interest may dictate planning decisions. If it can happen here, it can happen out there as well, because we're all humans. It'll lack the expertise. The ministers may not possess the necessary knowledge or experience to make the informed decision. And the other thing that I've been thinking about is its undue influence, because external pressures and lobbying can sway the minister's decision. Now, if we are guilty of that, and it has been said that it happens, is minister a God-given person? No way. We are all human beings. And therefore, as a human being, he or she will also have those pressures. And one person having this power, in my view, is not a way to go. It takes away the appeal processes. You know, if you look at the bill, the administrative appeal process that we have in the tribunal is so good for the processes of decision making, of natural justice, etc. But here it's taken away, and you can only appeal, it is my understanding, through a judicial process. It goes to the Supreme Court. Now, don't expect me to pay money to go to the Supreme Court or somebody else, because it's going to be very expensive. And so, this makes it very, very difficult. It is my conclusion that this bill really needs to be opposed, and I would vote for the recommendation. We should give power to the people, not just to one person. Planning should be with the community and the locals who understand the issues, not connected to people of interest only. And for me, unfortunately, this bill appears to be some fancy footwork in dribbling, but it makes a mess along the way. Thank you.
Further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I wanted to start off by saying that a comment was made in this chamber that this is not about democracy. I thought I'd just start off by giving a very simple definition of what is democratic, and really it's about relating or supporting democracy or its principles. So then, what is one of the key aspects of democracy? One of the key aspects of democracy is being able to vote. In the Planning Committee, that's what we do. We vote. That's democracy. I'd like to also point out that in the paper it says that the proposed development assessment panel introduces politics into planning by giving the minister such broad and undefined powers. And I think that's really important to note. And I think it needs to also be highlighted that one of the key benefits of administrative law is to make sure that things are efficient, economical, and administration is just. But one of the other benefits of administrative law is that it's an area of law that regulates government decision making, and access to review of government decisions is also a key aspect when we're talking about access to justice. The article today was also referenced, and I just wanted to once again just state what Tasmanian Conservation Trust CEO Peter McLean said. He said, "Power will be centralised in the minister, who cannot be challenged in the Planning Appeals Tribunal. This anti-democratic legislation gives the minister massive and unchecked power to decide if developments are taken out of the normal council planning system. The government has justified DAPS as a social and affordable housing measure, but this is also misleading." I want to also highlight what Alderman Bloomfield said, and when she pointed out that it won't be an elected panel. So effectively to say that this, effectively disabusing the fact that this is an independent panel. It is not an independent panel. I do want to highlight as well just my thanks and appreciation to the staff for making such a bold and brave submission. And I do understand that perhaps the tone is not appreciated by some, but I actually think it's really quite brave. And I just wanted to reference some of the things that have been said. And the first thing is this. Before progressing this reform, the state government needs to provide the evidence that it says exists. Making blanket statements is not evidence, which was the approach in the State Planning Office report on consultation dated October 2024, which responded to 542 responses to the SPO position paper. It uses phrases like, "the government has become aware," and anecdotal evidence of bias. However, no specific examples are provided, and no statistics to demonstrate the extent of this perceived problem were contained within that report. I also want to highlight that one of the other great aspects of administrative law is appeals. But if we note here, it's noted that a decision of DAP would be subject to an appeal to the Supreme Court of Tasmania on the basis of judicial review. And so we're not actually talking about a decision can be appealed on merits review, which is completely different to judicial review. Litigation in the Supreme Court is slow and expensive. It does not have the speciality which can be found at TASCAT to resolve disputes. It is likely that with no other appeal avenue, members of the community will try their luck in this way, potentially causing more delay. A judicial review application is currently available in the planning context, but is not used because the current appeal process to TASCAT is effective and efficient. The other thing that the report actually highlights is that if the state government disagrees with the Supreme Court of Tasmania and has a view that elected members are incapable of carrying out both roles, then the only appropriate answer is that all planning decisions be removed from council. To support their case, the state government actually referred to the Future of Local Government Review Stage 2 in the interim report, which stated that the following reform: remove councillors' responsibility for determining development applications entirely. All development should be determined by council planning officers or referred to an independent panel for determination. But effectively, the report states, actually, the state government is not even following their own recommendation. The report states it is cherry-picking to take the heart out of planning applications which are crucial to the progress of our city. So I suppose it begs the question, why would a conflict only arise for the projects which have been identified in the draft bill?
That's time.
Can I just have an extension for 2 minutes, please?
Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye. Consent, okay.
Thank you. I would just like to sum up with just the commentary in the report about minister interference, and it actually points out that of great concern with the draft bill is section 60AC, which allows the minister to interfere in the planning process. An applicant may ask the minister to intervene and direct that an application is assessed by DAP. And the problematic term, as has already been referred to by council staff, is certain words such as significant, important to the area, or is likely to be controversial. The minister is able to make a personal and subjective evaluation, particularly when this is said to be under the guise of taking the politics out of planning. But actually, what those words actually sound like is putting the politics back into planning. It is so broad, it is vague, and it is not defined. The draft bill also at 60AC 1D allows an applicant to request that the minister require a DAP where the planning authority may have a real or perceived conflict of interest, but we already have a process that deals with that. We have the code of conduct. If you think a councillor has breached that in terms of conflict of interest, go through the code of conduct process. That's what that's there for. 60AC4, the minister seems to have an independent ability to refer an application to the TPC if they are of the opinion that one of the other categories applies. And it's actually stated that for any reason. So it's not actually linked to the earlier request in section 60AC1. So I find this all very problematic and really quite shocking and also very alarming and concerning. So the current process includes an assessment by the TPC. There is no justification for the minister having a new power to override a council's decision in this context. And I will just sum up by saying that, in essence, as has been outlined in the report, it is a knee-jerk reaction to a perceived problem. But perception is not grounded in evidence. And this is confusing.
Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'll keep my comments brief tonight, as most of my concerns have already been outlined in great detail in the chamber. But I feel like this is a very, very important discussion that we're having here. I've heard planning referred to as boring in the community this week, and the DAPs as being difficult to understand. So the very fact that we've all taken the time to understand them and we have a very well-written, emotive report to support our arguments, I think is really wonderful. I think the only things that I really wanted to sort of draw attention to is that for me, this bill is based on a misguided premise. It makes the assumption that councils are inefficient in handling planning matters and that this is slowing down development. But this assumption fails to recognise the hard work that councils do to balance growth with our community's unique values, sustainable development goals, and environmental responsibilities. Sometimes our planning processes do take time, but this is because they're thorough and they're responsive to our residents, not because they're inefficient. Look, to me, this proposal shifts decision-making power away from councils to a state-appointed panel, effectively sidelining the insights and local knowledge that we bring. Local councils like ours are best positioned to understand and respond to our community's needs, and it is in this local insight that ensures our developments enhance rather than disrupt our neighbourhoods. So I strongly agree with our officer's assessment that the DAP model is fundamentally flawed, and I think the DAP proposal needs to be scrapped. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thanks to my colleagues for providing such interesting and insightful debate. Many of my colleagues around the table today have referenced the existing state of play, and indeed the document, the paper that the government has put up, also references the perceived state of play for development approvals in local government around Tasmania, and there does seem to be a narrative that is applied to Hobart, but it's fundamentally incorrect. So the government's own report says that Tasmanian councils are determining more applications than ever before, with annual totals rising from 6,500 in 2016-17 to 12,000. That's almost double in 21-22. And in 21-22, there were also a further 1,750 single dwellings signed off in a matter of days because no permit is required. And these statistics, again reading from the government's own report, indicate that overall our planning system is already among the fastest, if not the fastest, in the country when it comes to determining development applications. That is the government's words, not ours. And why is this procedure even in front of us? What is the logical explanation for the government trying to push ahead with development assessment panel legislation? I mean, it's clear that the system is working very well, and I don't see Hobart City Council spending $1 billion on boats and forgetting to arrange a dock. Stay in your lane, state government, and in this case, planning is our lane. This is working well. It is very clear from the evidence provided here, but they do reference that the broad rights of appeal are provided under Tasmanian legislation, means that these very timely outcomes are sometimes extended by appeal processes. Now, administrative law would dictate that people should be able to appeal. However, if that is where the delay is, why are they not addressing the state government-run TASCAT procedures and processes and legislation rather than the local government planning? So it's a bit confusing to me as to why this has even come before council and before the state government. It is a silly idea and it reeks of ministerial overreach. Now, the report is very sassy, and I commend the officers for writing it because they identify with their language, their emotive language that they've used, just how bad the draft legislation is. And it is a shocker, absolute shocker. For example, the draft bill in 60 AC 1D allows an applicant to request the minister to require a DAP where the planning authority may have a real or perceived conflict of interest or a real or perceived bias. And our own officers note this provision being breathtakingly inappropriate, and there's a number of comments as to why. And firstly, as a statutory body, the planning authority itself cannot have a conflict of interest because it is a statutory body. It's not an individual. And individuals are obliged to highlight their conflicts of interest and recuse themselves, and has already been identified. The Code of Conduct framework is there when that is required. But it also suggests that the concepts of conflicts of interest or bias can be introduced into the legislation in such flippant terms fundamentally undermines the very role of planning authorities around this state. That's just one section of the commentary from the officers. In another section, they state that the categories of applications could include those which are prescribed, but no definition is provided for what a prescribed application is. And because we don't know what a prescribed application is, we cannot comment. And the officer, again, uses the appropriate words to say that this is a glaring omission, which prima facie, it's a glaring omission. To leave such a fundamental part of the draft bill to the creation of statutory rules is deeply inappropriate. But I would point out that there are solutions to the problem, and it's not just the adjustments that could be made to TASCAT, how it operates, and the appeals processes, particularly as it pertains to social housing. In fact, we've seen the government introduce legislation, R7, within the planning scheme, which simply waves through any short stay accommodation, pretty much. There are very few limitations that we have learnt in this council to refuse a short stay. So if social housing is so important to the government, why don't they introduce R8? And that could be that social housing is not able to be appealed and that it requires less approval processes than other applications. There are many solutions. The DAP is not it.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
I'm showing Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy has her hand up, and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield. That is carried.
Okay. We'll move on now to item 15, which is the LGAT motions for the November general meeting. Anyone like to move those? Councillor, are we moving those, Councillor Coates?
I was going to...
Okay. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Councillor Coates, you want to speak?
Yeah, look, I foreshadow an amendment. Look, I'll make observations on two of them. When it comes to, and they're not really big ones, but I'm interested in others' views. That's why I'll foreshadow an amendment. But look, when it comes to the CAT management legislation, the CAT Management Act 2020 was actually passed in November, and it had a 12-month implementation time frame, and that made a lot of changes. And I know this because I was helping on the committee that looked into it, but it's only been operational for 2 years, the new regime, so that's talking about where they have the big one was the desexing of cats and a new breeding regime for breeders. And so, look, I just think not enough time has elapsed and to then advocate for have a whole new review. I know that cats are a difficult one and you've got rural councils that are dealing with different issues to urban ones, and then you've got places like Kingborough who are dealing with Bruny Island wanting to have specific areas. But it was a very fulsome process. There were a lot of changes made, but that's only been running around for 24 months now, and I just frankly think that it would just recreate a lot of the work that was done for that amendment bill. So I am interested in hearing the views of the other elected members, but I would suggest that we perhaps don't vote in favour of that one for those reasons. But it's not a biggie. Happy to be guided by the room rather than moving an amendment now. And the second one is King Island. So my understanding is the provenance of that was a councillor who, for health reasons with cancer treatment, missed a number of meetings, and it was just one of those bizarre circumstances where, for obvious reasons, King Island's a hard place to get to if you're seeking cancer treatment in Hobart, but it meant that the council had to go through the expense of a by-election. So, a lot of grief, a lot of costs to a relatively small council, and so it doesn't surprise me that that is there. I don't personally have a strong view on that item, but I would suggest that we would be one of very few councils, if we were to vote against it, that would be standing up and voting against it, and you'd have every other delegate going, this costs King Island, I don't know, 20 grand to run an election, all the grief, all the stress, and the poor person's in the room, and, you know, ultimately was caring for a husband with cancer. So I just think that would not be a good look for the City of Hobart. But look, that's other than that, sort of reasonably okay with the others. Yeah, but look, I'm interested in the views of the other members. I'm not moving the motions now, I'm foreshadowing them. If everyone says, no, that's silly, I probably won't move the amendment. But look, I just think on those two items, there might be reason to change how we're proposing to vote. And the other question I have is, I don't even know, but do we have the option of not voting?
We do.
So we could potentially, rather than say voting against or for that motion, we could potentially, I would suggest to members they might consider that maybe we just abstain.
Okay.
Sorry?
I said, okay, so you don't want to mention that, you want to wait till later?
I'll foreshadow the amendments, because if everyone else gets up and says, no, I'm happy with them as they are, I won't move the amendment. So that's a foreshadow, yeah.
Further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield?
I do hear what you say regarding the proposed amendment for the leave of absence. Unfortunately, I also see that could be, if we decided that was appropriate, it could be easily abused, and that would not be great. Mostly because there are always going to be extreme circumstances, and I think in that particular instance I would have been, sad to see that staff and other people around them couldn't have supported more to actually establish that the absence wasn't actually processed appropriately, because in those extreme circumstances you would hope that you would have more support. So that's, to me, is more a support issue than it is actually let's go change this legislation. Because otherwise, why would we ever have any leave of absence? Because everyone will just kind of go, oh, look, I'll just go back through there and go back over here and go get it done. So it actually would break what it's actually designed to do. Other than that, I felt that most of these were actually...
Lord Mayor, should we go through each of these individually?
Can do.
Start at the top, work our way through?
We can when we go to vote, yes.
Well, okay, so we're talking about randomly now. So the cat one, I don't agree.
5 minutes for every single motion.
All right.
Yeah.
So the cat one I fully support, because this is a sector-wide approach rather than government legislation, which is not doing the job it should. Things like containments were rejected by the state government, which I think was a really bad mistake. All councils are grappling with how to manage cats, and we need to have a consistent approach across the state. So I think this is a really good opportunity for the sector to come together to try and work out some better approaches to managing cats. So I support the officer's recommendation to approve that. With regard to the other one we raised, or that was raised, with regard to councils attending or not attending council meetings or being exempt from council meetings, I feel strongly that, even though I feel sorry for the King Island situation, that councillors should attend council meetings. I'd hate to think that we'd have people on holidays and wherever they are in the world, zooming into a council meeting, and that meets their requirement as a councillor. So I think people need to be here at the council meeting to meet their requirement as per the legislation or per the Act. So I'm supportive of the council in all of these recommendations. So happy with that. The only one that was a bit weird was the Local Government Association, which said we support and then we don't support. So they're having 5 bob each way, so to speak. So we'll see where that goes.
Further discussion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a quick question. This council adopts the practice of allowing for leave to be ratified in the meeting by which the leave is occurring. It's something that I've always taken exception to, because in a workplace you need to have leave approved, and it undermines the purpose of an apology if you can apply for leave up to 1 minute before the meeting that you're not going to be at. And the King Island motion on retrospective leave is interesting. I'm not 100% sure of the circumstances of the King Island Legat motion on retrospective leave, but it would be interesting to understand.
Question there, Councillor Posselt.
No, I'm speaking to the motion.
Oh, you're speaking to the motion.
Yeah. It would be interesting to understand the definition of retrospective, because to my mind, if you're applying and not showing up to the same meeting, that it actually is retrospective. I believe our legal officer has a different view to that, but certainly my opinion is that you shouldn't be allowed to apply for leave in the same meeting that you're not there. So I'm not sure what the basis is of the King Island motion, but it does draw that into question of our own practice.
There did seem to be a question in that, and I just wonder whether...
Welcome to refer. I can have a crack.
Yes, it might be good, because I'm curious too.
Look, thank you. I am aware of the King Island situation, and it is truly unfortunate. So retrospective, in my view, is you can't... The leave can't be applied for or approved retrospectively. If you put in the application for leave before the relevant meeting, it's not retrospective, it's before the fact. It's then approved at the next ordinary meeting. So it would be retrospective if you were considering it and approving it after the meeting that you've missed. So that's what King Island's proposing to do here, that you can approve a leave of absence after the meeting's been run and won. It's really unfortunate in the King Island situation that individual councillor, it's my understanding, didn't actually apply for a leave of absence ahead of time, because it would have headed all this off. So there's not actually a problem, in my view, with the framework. It was just incorrectly understood and not applied. So hence my advice is to maintain the status quo.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on the motions, we'll just go through them. All those in favour of item 1, say aye. Yes, say no. Carried unanimously. All those in favour of item 2, say aye.
Aye. That's to support the officer's recommendation. Yeah. Yes.
Vote. If you support voting in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Again, say no.
Aye.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Alderman Harvey, I think the Deputy and the Lord Mayor.
Against?
Alderman Zurko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, so it's carried by 1.
All those in favour of the item 3, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no. Carried unanimously. In favour of item 4. Voting against the
Which is the
motion.
video conference one?
Yes.
Yep.
If you're in favour of voting against the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no. Show of hands. In favour?
Alderman Zurko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Coates, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey. The Deputy's hand is down. The Lord Mayor is up.
And against?
I am showing Councillor Elliott and the Deputy.
And all those in favour of the retrospective leave, voting against the retrospective leave motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Who support the officer's recommendation?
No. Who support the officer's recommendation for item 5? All those in favour?
Aye. Who support the officer's recommendation?
Anyone against? Anyone against?
No. I'm against, yeah.
Okay. So all those in favour, raise your hands.
Okay, Alderman Zurko, Councillor Dutta, I think Councillor Elliott's hand's down, Councillor Coates is down, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Councillors Elliott, Councillor Coates and the Deputy.
All those in favour of item 6, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no. Show of hands. All those in favour?
Okay, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield. So that's carried.
And last one, all those in favour of the last motion?
GBE, rate equivalent payment.
Say aye.
Aye.
Again, say no. Carried unanimously. Great, so we don't need to do substantive now because we've got all of those positions. Right, so we'll move on now to item 16, which is the loan repayment review. I think this came out of council previous discussion on loans. Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion? Put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 17 is the 23-24 financial statements. This is updated statements ready for the AGM. Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Discussion. Any discussion? Nope. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 18 is the quarterly financial report, 30th of September. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in favour say... Oh, sorry, discussion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, through you, just a question I have. I noticed in this report it talks about the reallocation of funding from the hydrotherapy pool. And I guess I just wanted to understand the process by which those other projects were deemed successful and what opportunity any of our committees had to deal with sports facilities, to have any input into that, and ultimately were there other projects that didn't receive funding. I note recent commentary where Swisher were really desperate for some assistance, and obviously we all know of many community groups and facilities that are really keen, and also what was the engagement with the state government on that? Did we provide them with, here's how we'll alternatively do it, and they okayed that, or did they actually, as part of their funding agreement to change the funding commitment, did they say to us, you have to do it in this way? So I'm just wanting a little bit of understanding around that.
CEO would like to speak to that, or Mr. Noy? Mr. Noy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It was through dialogue with the Minister's office as to what category of proposals that might fit his requirements, and so we put forward a number of proposals. Some were accepted and some were not.
Any further discussion? Councillor Coates.
I was just wondering if it would be possible to have a copy provided of what the commitments were and what was not sort of knocked back. It's I guess of interest. Doesn't have to be a public one in a closed session, of course.
Mr. Noy.
Yeah, happy to provide that list.
Thank you. Look, other than that, I guess I would just note, and speaking here with my Place and Wellbeing Committee, the PwC hat on, how good an outcome it is that this funding has been able to be reallocated. It was a very bad result for the city, but that project, the hydrotherapy pool, could never, it's a bit like doing a development application, right? You think it'll cost this much and then it turns out to be not commercially viable. But it is great to see, and I was really pleased to see, that we are still able to invest these funds, and what is it, 2.65 million is a huge amount of money, but it'll make a massive difference to all those organisations. So, look, I would commend the officers for a job well done. It was lovely for me to be able to read this. I guess my only sort of observation is, I know many, speaking on behalf of many of us fellow members, but would have been excited to see what input goes into those. But look, I think for the city, it's a great result, and I think it's a good example of dialogue with the state government coming to a good result. So, thank you.
Further discussion, Alderman Bloomfield.
Just looking at we are on number 18, aren't we? The quarterly report. Yep. Yes. So I was actually focusing on the first couple of pages of that. Given that we decided to expense some of the contingency fund for for the council earlier in our last meeting. I'm just kind of curious because we've got here the material costs actually were over 568,000 over our budgeted value. Now, I don't know if that's a timing error or whether that's a cost overrun. I know it's probably not necessarily to do with capital costs, but it should show and highlight to the room how easy it is that these numbers can change. And then when we go and look at the capital activities in 2.3 and then page 74, you'll find that what we had budgeted for expense was actually double. It was 36,000 instead of 18,000. So it very quickly jumps. So I guess my question really is, of these two figures, exactly how much did come out of the contingency fund, and was it due to cost overruns or whatever else? And in particular, as I suspect, this 568 does not have a contingency fund. Did this simply come out of whatever we have available of our kitty?
Okay. Is that question clear, Mr Reynolds?
Thank you, through you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, in regards to the items identified for material and supplies, they're operating expenditure items. The contingency fund, which we spoke of at a previous meeting, relates only to capital items, which was a capital program. So contingency funds aren't associated with this particular item here. So that the expense would just run through the course of the year to see where the bottom line falls. I would always caution elected members about a report that's provided in September 2 in regards to what the final outcome may be. It's very early days in regards to the financial position, and I expect there will be continued movement in that regard. Could I just have the second part of that question again? Sorry.
It was just that if you look at the second point, you've got expense 36,000. We only budgeted for 18, and that could be anything, but I was just really querying that, given that we have a significantly less contingency fund, whether or not that we're already seeing this being eaten into a second time. Because that was capital.
Through you again, Lord Mayor, I'm advised it's just because of the current estimates, and again, we probably expect to see some movement during the course of the year on that item. At this stage, it would be material. If it was to be in a similar position towards the end of the year and we needed to apply a part of the contingency fund, it's something we could look at.
Further discussion?
Sorry. So can I just confirm, I very much understand, probably more than most, the first quarter is going to be a little bit all over the place. But let's be very frank with this. The 568,000 that we are now over budget has the potential to hit ratepayers at the end of the year if things don't pick up. And I appreciate we have 3 more quarters. So I am asking a question. I'm saying that will hit the bottom line. That's going to hit the bottom line, isn't it? If we don't have a pickup in later quarters.
Okay. Mr Reynolds, did you want to answer that question?
Through you, Lord Mayor. Indeed, if there was no other movements in the financial statements for the course of the year, yes, it would impact the bottom line, but there will be changes to this financial situation through the course of the year. One item, for example, that the elected members will be aware of is the movements we've had in depreciation, for example, and that is yet to be reflected in the full year results here, which I anticipate will have a favourable impact on the budget position for the council for this financial year.
Alderman Bloomfield, did you have anything further, or just the questions?
No, that's fine. It was just making a point. Thank you.
Okay, if there's any further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 19 is the 2024-25 Capital Works Program Report as at 30th of September. Moved by Deputy, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Discussion. Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 20 is Procurement Quotation Exemption Report.
Move it.
The exemptions, Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion? Councillor Posselt?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I noticed there's 2 quotation exemptions report that piqued my interest. One was for civic banner installation. I just find it a bit hard to stomach that there's only one contractor that can put banners up in Hobart or Tasmania. Can officers provide us with some more information?
Mr Reynolds, are you able to respond to that one?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. No, I'm not able to answer that one directly. I'm just seeking some further advice.
Okay, take that one on notice.
Thank you. Look, the second item is the first aid cover at Salamaker Markets, which the grounds were that they're the only voluntary organisation that provide that service. Is there something that stipulates that we need to use a voluntary organisation to provide that service? I think the cost was somewhere in the order of $100,000 a year that we pay St John's for that service.
Lord Mayor, we'd have to take that on notice as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just provide some commentary on the second item. There are definitely other service providers that offer first aid coverage for events. I'm not sure that we have a stipulation about volunteer workforce, but I would have thought that as long as we're providing first aid coverage to the markets, that we should be doing that at the most cost efficient way possible. Thanks, officers.
Okay. If there's no further discussion or amendments or anything, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 21, the City of Hobart Midterm Report, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Discussion. Deputy Lord Mayor.
I'll be really brief and just say thank you very much for this report. It's really great to see how the current council is delivering certain things against the pillars. So thank you so much for that, and actually pointing out at each pillar the actions that have been taken. I think that's really helpful in showing what we've actually delivered for the city. Thank you.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I guess briefly a few comments. I was really pleased to see earlier in the meeting that we approved the new stormwater management policy because that's listed as something that we developed and approved. So it's wonderful to see that in the plan, and they had their little crystal ball when they were writing it. Look, overall it's fine. It's very much here's a whole bunch of initiatives document. I just wanted to make the observation that I think sometimes we're not perhaps as honest with ourselves as we could be. This council has been involved in numerous disputes, legal cases. Frankly, we've had some situations that aren't great in the first half of this council term, and I appreciate this is a public-facing document, and it's all about sort of showcasing the good initiatives, and there are a lot of good initiatives, but I personally can't vote for it. These documents form part of the history of this organisation, and for this midterm report to just be silent on a whole host of the issues that this council has found itself in is, I just think, a step too far. Look, it's a valuable document. It's really, really good to see, and we should celebrate success, and we do a lot. And I think local governments are often punching bags for the community, and we don't perhaps do enough to celebrate our successes. But at the same time, if I'm honest, and I sit there and go, at the midway point, when we produce a snapshot of our midterm report, my view is that we need to be frank, fearless, and honest. And if we were to look back at this 4, 5, 6, 10 years' time, and then you were to look back at the reporting of what actually happened in that period, I think most people would agree that it doesn't necessarily match. And look, it's difficult when you're offering these things. What do you put in? What don't you put in? Who is the intended audience? All those sort of issues. But look, other than that, it is quite handy as elected member. Actually, things like this are quite good. You can sort of say, okay, here's projects that we've done. Here's projects, and frankly, part of the reason we have all these committees and groups and interests is because it's such a big organisation. It does so much stuff, but you can't be across everything. And you know, and a lot of what we do goes unheralded and unrewarded. And we should be proud. You know, workers should be proud to work at the City of Hobart. We should be proud to be community representatives, sitting as elected members. But by the same token, I think sometimes, you know, we also need to be honest and open where we've fallen short of community expectations. So, look, with those comments, you know, I guess there's a lot of good in there. Take the good, but I personally think that it shouldn't have been silent on some of those issues. So, thanks.
Further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
I have a particular interest in Pillar 4, city economies, and I wish we had more in here. I sincerely do, because, you know, yes, we gave grants, yes, we promoted and so forth, but the credit we take for the Salamanca Market licence agreement, that was a heck of a fight. And we now have other fights going on as we speak now, where the council isn't just about promoting and for business, it's about structural support. It's about creating an environment that businesses can thrive and function in. And that takes more than a few grants and making the place look pretty. It's actually going a little bit deeper. And as much as I love a lot of what's been achieved here, my goodness, I want to see more. I want to see something that goes deeper into ensuring the support. So in some ways, this is more of a challenge to me than it is a success story. It tells me that we need to do more.
Any further discussion? Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, look, I'm really proud of all the achievements that this council has created over the last 2 years for the community. And a document like this I think is really important, because I don't think we've done this before, a really comprehensive summary of all of the initiatives that have been started and completed. And I'm never going to talk down the city, and people have different opinions and views on what's been successful and what we focus on, and some of us like to focus on the success of the city while others like to talk down the city. And I'm sure throughout the whole list of stuff here, there's a lot of people who voted against many of those initiatives because they didn't support it. And from tonight's meeting, there are those who have opposed good initiatives as well. So we all have our views, but generally speaking, we represent the council, we represent the community, and we've achieved a great deal over the last 2 years, even though there's been some hurdles along the way, some personal clashes, and, you know, people get upset about various things. But generally speaking, this council has functioned within its remit to deliver projects for the people of Hobart, to improve the way we function as a society, working for the community. So I'm very proud to see this huge list of achievements. So maybe I'm a bit deaf to some of the criticism, but I just think we need to celebrate all the good things that have occurred. And generally speaking, we agree on so many more things than we disagree with.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Councillor Dutta?
Thank you. Now, I'm also, very supportive and, in fact, impressed, because realising that, we are in politics and we have differences of opinion and debates will happen. Now, you might describe it as a fight. I would say that, we have difference of opinion, and it's mature to debate it and discuss it. And I think we have done very well, and I want to thank the staff, despite the politics that we are involved in. But the one that really in Pillar 4 highlights for me, having lived in the Pacific, Hobart was crowned the best city in Australia, New Zealand, and in the South Pacific in 2023, in recognition of its uniqueness and unique world-class experience by travel and leisure. Now, for me, having lived in Fiji and traveled most of the Pacific Islands and also most of the cities in Australia, this is an absolute crown. It's a jewel. And I would want to say thank you for that, and for everybody. We do our best, the intentions are good, and along the way we fall and falter, but we pick up and we do what is best for the community. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a great document, and you know what? It shows over 2 years that we have achieved more than 160 major achievements for the city, and that includes high-level strategic documents such as the transport strategy, which the officers have put a tremendous amount of work into. This reflects a power of work that has been delivered by the officers and decisions made by this council. There is no chance this council is going into administration when we produce the financial records that we have in our agenda tonight, coupled with the achievements that are delivered in this half-term, mid-term report. And being the chair of the Transport Committee, 24 of those 160 major actions were the mobility and transport team, and I commend that team and thank them for their ongoing hard work. I work with them sometimes daily on issues, and they know what cities are doing around the world to create vibrant and successful places for people and for business to thrive. And I'm a bit confused by Alderman Bloomfield's commentaries about Pillar 4, the city economy, because we got voted the best tourism information centre in Tasmania, here in Hobart. As Councillor Dutta points out, we got voted the best city in Australia, New Zealand and the South Pacific to visit. Alderman Bloomfield's own portfolio, in fact, developed the city economy strategy, and they should be proud of it, as I am of my transport strategy. These are things that we should be proud of. We have initiated a live music trial in Salamanca that was brought by, I think, Alderman Zuko, as I recall, to facilitate more economic stimulation and vibrancy in the Salamanca precinct. But not only that, it's not just local stuff. We've also developed an international relations policy to try to facilitate more international business, and we've developed the Invest Hobart prospectus, which sells Hobart to businesses around the country and the world as a place to be, to invest in, and to celebrate. I don't know what Alderman Bloomfield wants, because that is a power of work from the economy team. And if we want to talk about other structural changes to the economy, we should look elsewhere and see what developments, what changes can we make to our city and our streetscapes that result in increased business activity and turnover. And I think the officers may have done that. I do recall that a report later on tonight reflects on a number of business and economic outcomes that have been developed and a result of tactical bike lanes, protected bike lanes, urban improvement, pedestrianisation in areas all around the country and the world. And so we look to those other areas and say, hey, that's a good idea. I'll have some of that for Hobart, because that will increase business profits and sustainability right here in Hobart. And that's why we're delivering those projects. This is an absolutely brilliant document. I commend the CEO, I thank the ex-CEO, and I truly thank all of the directors, all of the managers that have been involved in producing this power of work for the city, for its people and for its visitors.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield.
Move on to item 22. Code of Conduct Determination Report, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Coates. It's a receive and note. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Okay, so the CEO is proposing that we go to dinner, but I'm not sure, is that what people would like?
Yes, please. 3 hours.
Keep going.
I haven't had a reply, so I'm going to have a look.
People have been waiting all night to talk.
Keep going.
2.5 hours.
No, they're not talking.
Councillor Posselt.
Lord Mayor, if I may, it's 6:37. We've been in a meeting for 2 hours and 37 minutes. Many of us haven't had nature breaks, and I'm starting to feel like I need to eat food, frankly. So I would support a break. I think between 6:30 and 7 is an appropriate time for dinner.
Just wait 1 minute. We're just seeing whether it's available. Councillor Coates.
Look, I'm just aware that there's a lot of significant community interest in this. A lot of people, as you know, connect in from home and watch on YouTube, and you know, it is. I think it is. We're here now. We can discuss this motion. We many times in the past have our break after 7 o'clock. Even the fact they've got to go check if the food has arrived is sort of evidence of that. And I just believe that members can be appropriate in keeping their comments succinct, and I think we should proceed.
I am conscious that this debate could go on for a while, so I'm just wondering when's going to be the best time to break.
So this will be the third or fourth time that we've debated Collins Street, depending on which one of these motions is coming. The other debates have been lengthy, Lord Mayor. I would prefer to eat before that, not after.
I think for the purposes of everyone's workplace health and safety, I think that we should break. And I apologise to those who've waited around, but it is available on YouTube as well. You can watch on YouTube from the comfort of home. But I think it is probably best that we break for let's try and do it in 20 minutes tonight. So back here at right on 7 o'clock. Now, I've had a representation during the meal break from Mr Edwards, who misunderstood the advice about his opportunity to ask questions at the beginning of the meeting through public question time. So given we didn't use our fully allocated public question time this evening, this afternoon, I'm going to request a motion to restart public question time, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. So, Mr Edwards, if you'd like to come forward and ask your questions. Now, just on the public question time rules, which are the rules we have for all public question time, an individual's able to ask 3 questions, and each question can have a preamble of up to a minute before you ask your question. And also, just to let you know, because this matter that I think you're going to ask questions about is on the agenda tonight, there won't be any responses provided verbally tonight. But if the issues you've raised aren't addressed in the debate of the items, then you'll receive a written response.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I must admit that I received the interpretation of being able to present, I misinterpreted. I did ask to present before each motion, and I was led to believe, or the way I interpreted, that I would be allowed to speak. However, be that aside, I have several matters to ask the question. Will the council stand by their honesty and integrity in making decisions in relation to specific public proposals? i.e., will every statement that the council issues be factually correct and honestly researched? Question 1. 2, will the council make decisions based on empirical, justifiable and not enforceable but recognised basis of information? 3, when will we get the pre-installation parameters and the measurement factor? 4, it is a 2-year trial period. Will we get the opportunity to have the 3 months, 6 months, 12 months analysis of the effectiveness made public? And 4, will the council implement those changes as received during that period, or will they land bank them and say at the end of 24 months, oh, it's all gone? Will they land bank them, or will they interpret them and change things if necessary, or based on stakeholder feedback, which is already on the table and acknowledged by Alderman Harvey in his meeting on the 31st? And I want to say thanks to those aldermen and councillors that attended that 31st meeting, even though they weren't invited to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Edwards. So, as that's on the agenda, we'll provide a written response on those questions if they're not addressed in the debate. Okay, so I'd like to open item 23, which is a motion moved by... What was that, sorry? Councillor Mary-Drew. Did you want to ask another question as well?
Thank you.
Could you please go to the...
3 questions, I only took 1, so yes.
So 2 minutes for 2 questions.
I'd just like to follow up on a matter that was raised by Alderman Zuko last time I was in this chamber to do with the bicycle track. He did, I think, generously suggest that the council may like to consider installing a comprehensive bike rack system at the Mole Street end of the Rivulet track. This has a variety of attractions. Is that the cyclists are looking for somewhere to store their very valuable bicycles and their change of gear. But according to the Menzies Research Centre, it is much more beneficially in health and mental health particularly to walk than cycle. Walking, you can actually talk to your fellow walker who has walked down the track on your and you have ridden past them, you join up with them and you walk into town and discuss just a social action. Proceeding past on your cycle isn't really an interactive action. So I really felt that had some serious merit, and my question is, would the City Council, as you proceed down the deciding how you're going to do and what you're going to do with the Collins Street changes, gives that some serious consideration? That was that first question. Now the second question is that having worked in that area, I'm very conscious that there are a vast amount of vehicle crossovers on both sides of something averaging about 17 per block of crossovers, vehicle entries into car dealerships, into government offices, picture theatres, private premises, commercial premises with underground car parking, which necessitates crossing the footpath. And it really does worry me that if you're, as we're now using so many courier vehicles in the city, that they are having to negotiate, will have to negotiate crossing into any of those places, not just the pedestrians that are quite clearly visible, but somebody who's coming behind them when they're driving a courier van. Now, courier vans don't have windows back there, so their visibility is very restricted when they're pulling in. And if the cycle lane was a joint venture with the footpath, as we see along here on the waterfront, I see it every night,
Merridew,
a joint footpath, would the council sorry, Lord Mayor?
Would you mind asking your question?
Yes, I am. This is now my question. That was the preamble. Would the council consider, in their assessments, running an inbound shared footpath down Collins Street, coming into the city, and an outbound shared footpath going up? Because once they get, or the Mole Street issue, it's a shared footpath anyhow up to South Hobart. It must be the same number of cycles going from Mole Street up to South Hobart as come down to Mole Street and come down Collins Street. I don't think they're irrational questions to ask, and I'd really like the council and their engineering people to just do an evaluation on whether either of those things are achievable. Thank you. Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. Merridew. Okay, we do have one more person. I think we've still got time in our 15 minutes.
Yeah, just.
Richard Garrethy. There's been a lot of statements that if the trial goes ahead, the businesses in Collins Street will have increased business and greater profitability. So is the council, or during the trial, will the council be measuring the turnover of each and every business and the walk-up traffic? Will they be measuring it and reporting back every 3 months? So I'd like to see that. And is there any baseline data on the current turnover and walk-up traffic of the businesses, so we can see how it compares? And if the statements that the changes to the traffic patterns will increase businesses are actually true. And can we have a commitment from council for that, please? Thank you.
That was 3 questions. Okay, so those have all been taken on notice, and provide a written response. Okay, so now I'll move on to the motion from Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Harvey, item 23.
Thank you.
I think that's, I see, isn't that Councillor Harvey? Sos.
Okay, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I suppose I just wanted to start with the genesis of this motion, and it really came about as a result of the meeting on the 31st of October that Councillor Harvey and I attended. And I want to first of all thank the Confederation of Greater Hobart Business for actually convening that particular meeting, and for the individuals who were present there and shared their perspectives and their views. As a result of that, our motion actually stems from that. The intention of the motion is not to be condescending. It is not trying to generate conflict. It is not intended to be confrontational. It is intended to address some of the concerns that were stated at that particular meeting. And I hope that people will take it in as that intention, because that's what we were trying to achieve. It's been stated tonight as well in the public question time, and it was also stated at that particular meeting, how was consultation conducted? It's said again here at question time, and it was also stated at the meeting. And as a result, we thought that point 1 would be really quite helpful in providing that information with regards to what was the consultation that council officers actually undertook. Point 2 is also to invite the Confederation of Greater Businesses to discuss with its members concerns that they had raised at that particular meeting with council officers. So we're trying to curate a path of sharing. We're trying to curate a path where it opens up the avenue for members to come and talk to our council officers as to why they arrived at the recommendations that they did. And finally, point number 3 is just regarding parking and how we can better utilise our parking, such as Centre Point, because it was highlighted that it's not open after a certain period. So we did just want to discuss a few things, and I just want to highlight a few things that were actually stated at that meeting with regards to parking spaces. So obviously there were currently 86 spaces, and it's proposed that, that 37 will remain. It was also stated at the meeting that bi-directional lanes were floated by a major lobby group, so why didn't council adopt this idea? After investigation, it appears that bi-directional lanes are a great idea but difficult to do for a tactical trial. As per the options analysis report, the cost to install would be more than 3 to 4 times higher due to the need for significant curb and electrical works, and a bi-directional lane would be considered as a permanent solution. This is a trial. It should be noted that bi-directional lanes would not necessarily retain significantly more additional parking spaces. It was also discussed, and it's been pointed out in the chamber as well tonight at question time, about a shared footpath. But from my walking up and down of Collins Street, there are seats and tables outside. So when you're actually talking about splitting up a footpath to be shared, there's businesses that actually have dining outside of there. There's A-frames advertising certain things. So all of those aspects would probably need to be investigated as well. The other question was, for businesses in Collins Street that provide medical services and other services, how many of their parking will be retained? This was another question that was asked at that meeting. Of course, we must highlight that businesses or individuals, we don't own the street side parking out the front of a premises, and this parking is available to anyone who wishes to park there. Parking at the front of medical services under the new plan varies a little bit. So, for example, 3-car spaces in the immediate vicinity to things like a chiropractor. There's also 2 to 3 spaces, 3-hour parking in immediate vicinity, for example, to other medical services. It also was highlighted that what is the impact of the flow of the airport bus stop, because it looks as though it will just park in the middle of the road and instead of pulling to the side. This was also a concern for business owners. It was and I'd like to address that as well, which was that at the council meeting in September, there's a summary there that talks about Table 7 and Table 8, which indicates that the eastbound approach to Murray Street performs relatively consistently between conditions and those scenarios. So that has also been addressed. What measures, and it's also been stated here tonight, what measures will deem this a successful trial? It was also asked in our council debate, and it was also noted in the report. It's been advised that there will be a number of bike and micromobility riders targeting...
That's time, did you...
Yeah, sorry, can I just have 3 extra minutes? Is that all right?
Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Diversity of users. So these are some of the measures, because it was asked tonight what will be the measures, and it's been asked previously as well. Diversity of users, targeting an increase in proportion of women and children and types of bicycles, so road bikes, cargo bikes, mountain bikes, indicating the perceived safety and accessibility of the infrastructure. Increased access for people walking, targeting increases in people crossing mid-block, indicating perceived safety. Road safety, reduced vehicle speeds, user confidence, increased perceptions of safety for people, feedback from local stakeholders, including users of the street, nearby properties and businesses, feedback from broader stakeholders, and so that net positive sentiment towards the project. It was also asked what measures will need to be satisfied before this move becomes a permanent bike lane. This was asked at the meeting on the 31st of October. And upon investigation, of course, this is a council decision. It is something that we decided by all of us here. And of course, I do note that the metrics that I've just outlined is also a good guide in which to measure success. It was also floated that perhaps this was actually permanent, or is it actually a trial? But our council decision is that this is a 2-year trial for the installation of a tactical infrastructure. So it really needs to be noted that this is a trial. It was also stated at that meeting, where is the data to say that these bike lanes would be good for Hobart from an Australian context? And upon investigation, similar bike lane infrastructure is located in many capital cities and many regional cities around Australia. Hobart has some of the maybe less bike infrastructure in comparison to those other cities. And those cities in comparison are Geelong, Bendigo, Wollongong and Newcastle. So these are Australian cities that we're talking about. I would also like to finish off by adding one last thing, which was about the economic impact, and it was a statement made at this particular meeting with regards to the period of time that business would be impacted during the infrastructure project, and it was asserted that it would be upwards of 30% loss of income reduction. Upon investigation in relation to the actual figure, it would really depend on the business and the nature of the work adjacent to the business. It is important to understand that the changes in Collins Street for the trial are tactical in nature and will occur in days and weeks, not months, as would normally be the case with a major upgrade. The tactical trial will not have that level of disruption given the quick build, but any permanent street upgrading can have impacts on business activity, although the level of impact will vary depending on the business. Naturally, the expectation would be that following the upgrade, you would see some business uplift. Essentially, street upgrades can be disruptive.
Time, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Can I just finish this one sentence? For businesses, but we will be working together with businesses to ensure that this is successful. Thank you.
Further discussion. Councillor Coates.
I'll keep this quick. Look, let's go back to basic principles. When you consult, you need to consult with an open mind, and the consultation period with these businesses was right at the beginning to go to them and to say, we are considering doing a change in this area. This will have an impact on your business. What are your views? And if you get a consistent feedback saying we don't want that, we don't want to change, we don't want the business risk, we don't, then that's the point at which you listen to their consultation and you stop. You know, it is in some ways a zero-sum game. You know, we as the City of Hobart have limited funds. We can only put bicycle infrastructure on so many streets at so many times at such cost. Putting stuff on one area of a city necessarily comes at the expense of potentially doing it elsewhere. The first order impact of those who you need to talk to and consult with are those who are at the most risk, and that is the existing premises and businesses and property tenants and owners on Collins Street. And if we were genuine in our consultation, and I make this as a comment, that's the point at which this project would have been halted. To have a motion now that says, oh, we should go back and talk to them more, in some ways it is, it's missing the point. And even, it's interesting, the administrative response says, oh, we're currently working through processes to see if the multi-storey car park can be made. Well, that was a piece of work that needed to be done at the beginning before we vote to put in changes to Collins Street. You know, to hear commentary that this is a trial, so therefore it's not going to impact many people. I mean, this is 2 years. How many businesses can go, you know, let alone 2-3 weeks, 2 years? And for us to just, you know, for us to say, oh no, we're doing consultation, we're willing to talk, let's continue to talk, but the decision's been made. You know, it is just frankly, if you're worried and you're a business owner, you wanted to have your opportunity to give your feedback. And the opportunity, some of these businesses might have gone, I'm open to it. Let me ask some of my customers who are coming in how they attended my business, how they, you know, let them be part of the process, gather some data. You know, frankly, the consultation, in my view, was very much not good enough. The consultation also needed to be targeted towards the risks of doing any projects like this, which it clearly wasn't. And to the extent that it has been, I mean, it's not surprising that these business owners are now worried. I would be too. We as a council we know, because the exact same thing happened in North Hobart. Changes were made. The traders in North Hobart said, we don't want this. And then at great expense, we had to undo all those changes. And the reality is they're not going to get back that custom and trade. You know, that is a real loss to them. You know, these are people's livelihoods, these are people's businesses, and, you know, if we'd gone and talked to them and a big chunk had said, yep, we're happy to give it a go, that's exciting, let's help here, well, we can go ahead of a trial. But if you go and talk to them and a lot of them are fearful, say we don't want it, you know what, we've got 100 other sections of a city we could be putting a trial of bicycle infrastructure in. You know, I think the saddest part of this whole saga is the opportunity cost of what we're doing here. You know, we could have gone and spoken to, you know, Ogilvy High School's just become co-ed. Let's have a chat to them about some infrastructure so that more high school kids can ride to school. You know, there's lots and lots of members of the community that want upgrades to infrastructure where there's broad public support. You know, for so many years we go on about the fact that only 3% of bus stops in Hobart have a bus shelter. You know, there are so many opportunities for us as a council where there's broad public support, and instead we seem to be fixated on this one where it is coming at a real risk and expense. And look, hopefully we've got to hold out hope that it works. But the risk if this doesn't work, if it does have a big impact on these businesses, we can't make up their trade, we can't make up their losses. And there's impact now, you know. There'll be businesses there looking to re-sign leases, looking to employ staff, looking to make investments into their business, and they've now got this big cloud of uncertainty hanging over their head. And it wasn't asked for. We weren't genuine in getting their feedback. And, you know, I just think now to have a motion that says, oh, we should continue consults talking with them. I mean, that ship has sailed. We've missed the boat. We didn't do it properly. It is a sad reflection on this council. And look, I do hope that it works, because I fear for the impact if it doesn't. But my genuine fear is that we will cause untold grief, untold pain. It'll be like North Hobart. We'll have to reverse it. And frankly, I can't support this motion.
Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yep, here we are again debating the same topic. We've made this decision multiple times now. But anyway, look, I would like to move an additional point, a point 4, to that, to the motion that we've put, or that the Deputy Lord Mayor put. It's been sent through to Mr. Wes, Mr. Young, I should say. Could you put that on the? Okay, thank you. And I'll just read that out. Part 4 would be a report be prepared for council exploring options to retain loading zone and parking opportunities between Victoria and Murray Street to be trialled as part of the scheduled 3, 6 and 12-month adjustments. And the reason for this is that we saw that many of the businesses that did have something to say at the meeting that the Deputy Mayor and I attended were from that particular area, around that Victoria Street site. They had some concerns. So we think that there might be opportunities to do something additional or different in that zone to make sure that there's confidence in the loading zone and additional parking opportunities. But that's up for another report. So this is in good faith to try and solve the problem there. The other two blocks are less problematic, as I see, but that particular area, there might be something we haven't considered yet that we could consider. So I'll reserve my right to speak. I'm moving an amendment.
Okay.
So I reserve my right to speak.
So I'm just seeing whether is that seconded by someone? Seconded by Councillor Posselt. Are you happy to accept that in? Okay. So are there any comments on the amendment? We'll stick to that first. Councillor Elliott?
So it's interesting to see now that we're starting to think about loading zones. The council made the decision months ago on this project, and now all of a sudden, now that the community's organising its own meetings, now the elected members are starting to think, oh, maybe we need to do something here. I mean, it's just proved the point that it's no wonder we have the outcry that we do from the community, because that's what's required in order to start being heard, because this is that tiny little snippet of progress. And it's taken all of these months and meetings and questions and media attention and letters from the Transport Minister, and we have a tiny bit of progress with people starting to think, oh, maybe this isn't great, maybe we can give this tiny little bit of negotiation here. Maybe eyes are starting to open up.
Further discussion on the amendment? Alderman Zuko?
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I was at that meeting and I listened to two businesses in particular who said they get massive deliveries. And the biggest problem they have would be Victoria Street with a loading zone there, because it's a bit of a hill. They'd have to unload and try and trolley down to their businesses in Collins Street. Now, I know what my ears heard from the business people there about the loading zones in Victoria Street. They were actually saying that that's not appropriate. Nor would it be appropriate for some of those businesses that have to unload truckloads and truckloads of books and whatever have you that they have to unload. And I listened to that debate very, very carefully. It's also concerning that now all of a sudden we have, and I'm speaking onto the amendment, now all of a sudden we have, we're going to try and do something about loading zones. And we're going to do it in between, in Victoria Street and Murray Street to be trialled. We're doing a lot of trials, aren't we? Has that gone to the people that have concerns? No, it hasn't. Now we're going to prepare another report, and Councillor Harvey just stated, oh, we're discussing this again. Well, we're going to discuss it again when it comes back in a report. I think, it's been added in to the motion. That's fine enough. I can't vote against it. I've just spoken against it, and I doubt very much that the business community are going to support that. And at the end of the day, it's the stakeholders that are being failed here. The stakeholders are those people who conduct business in Collins Street, Victoria Street, and the environments in those areas. We're failing the stakeholders.
Further discussion on the amendment? Alderman Bloomfield.
To be honest, I've been quite concerned about tonight because the level of disrespect for the small business operators has been profound. We asked for this motion to come forward, and it wasn't because we had people here who've now waited all night to come and speak. And even so...
Point of order there, Lord Mayor?
Yes.
I just feel like that was misleading because it wasn't in fact this motion, it was the next motion that was going to be brought forward, I believe.
Oh, I thought it was both. Sorry.
Wrong. Yeah, look, I won't rule on that, but I will ask. I'm sorry, I won't find for you on that one, Councillor Lohberger, but I will just remind Alderman Bloomfield to please focus on issues, not people, and be, respectful in the debate.
So the other issue that I have with this is section 1, provide a copy of the engagement report. Well, shall I quote what the chair of the Confederation said to that? That in fact he found it an insult because they had that. They had that, they read it, and that's what triggered all of the meetings and everything else. In fact, they said virtually insulting us by telling us to read a report we already have. So was that really going to solve the issue? I don't think so, because it's actually inflaming it. It's exactly the opposite of what I think the intention was. The other thing was that when we were talking about the consultation, the additional consultation, let the staff go and meet the small business owners, but it wasn't to say let's listen to them, it was to champion what it was that we were already going to do. So that really wasn't going to help either, was it? Because it was like rubbing salt into a very bad wound. The problem that I have with this number 4, the amendment, is that we're now breadcrumbing the whole situation. It's nice to see that someone finally thought, jeepers, we better do something. But you know what? It really highlights the failure, a massive failure of the consultation process, that we need to start doing this. And frankly, why we should really be simply saying, look, you know what, this is wrong. The consultation needs to be reviewed. Let's be honest, let's be mature and go get it done right the first time, or now the second time. So I would like to approve the amendment, but I feel that we would be far better off to simply say, you know what, let's start again and get it right and listen to the people.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I've already spoken extensively about this trial, as I mentioned earlier tonight, at the other 2 lengthy debates that we've had about it. I really don't want to go through over all of those points again, but I did just want to talk about a contribution we had earlier that stated there's 100 other sites in the city where we can put cycleways. That's fine, but this trial is actually about extending an already well-used bicycle path into the CBD and giving residents of South Hobart a safe cycle path out of their suburb that doesn't require riding on the highways that are Macquarie and Davey Streets. South Hobart residents literally have no other way to ride in or out of their suburb and get to the city. They're effectively trapped by the transition of Davey and Macquarie Streets into highways to service the huge population growth in Kingborough and the Huon. That doesn't make them elite or overprivileged, as they've been accused of being in this room. It makes them human. But this is a trial only. It can be upgraded along the way, and I'm really happy to see some small amendments already from Councillors Sherlock and Harvey and Kitsos. And I look forward to upgrades along the final section of the trial to improve loading zone access in that block. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's really poor to criticise people who are trying to reach a compromise. I mean, what are we trying to do here? We're trying to reach a compromise. Excuse me, Councillor Kelly, I'm speaking.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Finally, I did just want to reiterate as well, because I keep hearing people talking about mobility issues and a lack of parking, but this trial will lead to an increase in parking spaces set aside for people with mobility issues, and I'm sick of hearing people who don't have mobility issues talking about that as if it's a problem. More parking, not less. So, look, I look forward to this compromise going ahead, and I look forward to seeing some improved loading zone access in the block that we're talking about today, but also to seeing some improved access to the CBD for people in South Hobart who don't want to drive. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've just got 2 questions. Question number 1. When the parking was taken away from Davey and Macquarie, how many parking spaces were taken away through you? Question 1. And question number 2, I have asked a number of times about consultation. I just need another clarification. Did the staff consult the business people, and was it a proper and genuine consultation?
So the question on your first question I can answer because I asked the same question actually today, and the response I got was that there were 93 car parking spaces removed by the state government as part of their Macquarie Davey Street project at the beginning of the year. And the second one I'll pass over to Mr Noy, I think, or yeah.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, as part of the report that was considered by Council in September in relation to this project, an extensive consultation report was prepared. As spelled out in that consultation report, so the engagement activities, and it's a fairly extensive list. Here we had 65 face-to-face conversations. We had there was 2 business information sessions within Council. We invited all business owners to attend. We had 2 on-street engagement sessions as well. We had 44 emails received. We had 9 formal written submissions received in relation to this. In terms of the other activities that was undertaken in relation to the consultation, we had a project website. We had communications and media, materials for general communications about the project to build public awareness. Key stakeholder briefings. We had stakeholder engagement with bus operators to share the details of the project and talk through the concept design, impacts and opportunities in detail. Engage early confirmed operational requirements for the design. We had elected member engagement. We had updates and projects commencing from February 2024, and we had elected member workshops on the 8th of May and also the 27th of May. In relation to, there was some door knocking that was occurred. We accept that we might not have got every business owner and landowner there when we were door knocking. To cover that issue, we wrote to every business owner and operator. Are we...
Councillor Kelly.
Yeah. No. Gallery.
Sorry. No, I thought it was...
No, he was just tapping his pen and annoying me.
Please, no interjecting from the gallery, please. What was that, sorry? No interjecting from the gallery, please.
I'm being accused of lying here.
Yeah, it's outrageous. Yeah.
Well, it's not. It's true. It's not lying.
So, can I just ask the gallery to please, you've had a say, if you can please be respectful and don't interject on... No worries. Okay, and so my apologies to Councillor Kelly for falsely accusing you of interjecting. Okay, so I think we've got the response. Are you happy with that, Councillor Dutta? Or did you want to continue, Mr Noy? Information?
Well, assuming I'm not interjected, Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
So we had email communications in relation to a number of inquiries in relation to this. And in relation to the letters that we sent out, we appreciated in the door knocking exercise that we weren't able to meet every business owner or landowner while door knocking. So we invited those businesses who wanted to be informed and wanted to have conversations to contact officers. So that's the full extent of the engagement process that we undertook. We documented the feedback. Clearly there was opposition and also there was some support for that, and we documented that and we presented that to Council. Thank you.
Noy.
I have a couple of questions.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, through you to Mr Noy. You just mentioned that there was clearly opposition. Was that from the business owners or from the property owners or from just staff that worked in the shops or businesses?
Oh, no, look, I think it was primarily from business and property owners. And there were some that were in favour. Okay,
and you mentioned that there's 65 face-to-face conversations. Those 65 face-to-face conversations, were they with property owners and business owners or staff?
Look, I don't know the mix, but I do know that there are several business owners and property owners that were had face-to-face.
Further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Posselt.
Lord Mayor, thank you, and congratulations to Councillor Harvey for bringing this amendment forward. The original proposal, as you may recall, is for a 2-year adjustable trial in which we review it at 3, 6 and 12 months, and we listen to what's happening. We make some empirical observations about parking data. So Councillor Lohberger referenced the DDA accessible parking, in both the Mobility Committee and the Access Advisory Committee, which is the committee that looks after folk with different ability needs, agreed that the best way to manage that issue was to double the parking in the first instance and then monitor using our sensors how many people or what the utilisation rate was of those DDA parks, and should that data reveal that more DDA parks are required, then the trial would be adjusted accordingly. But for now it's double. And what this amendment does, and I again thank the mover of it, is it shows that we're listening before the trials even commence and doing what we said we would do. We said that we would listen and we said that we would adjust as required. Now, we never said that we were going to scrap the trial. That was never part of what we agreed to as a council. We said we would implement a tactical trial of a separated cycleway on Collins Street with an initial design, and that we would adjust it at 3, 6 and 12 months. So to the business owners in the room and the landlords in the room, we're listening. I've heard you, and I've heard you in person, as you know, many times. I have made extensive efforts at the individual elected member level to meet with as many people as I can on Collins Street. So the engagement report doesn't cover that type of engagement either. But I will just leave it at that for the amendment. We are listening. We are making appropriate changes as we said we would at the first instance. And I look forward to seeing a report that shows how we can, or if we can indeed, retain further loading zone and parking opportunities between Victoria and Murray on Collins Street to support the businesses that need it in that area. And I hope that those in the room are listening to that we are listening and we have made some amendments to try to make it better for you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm really confused by the contrary opinions in the chamber tonight about engagement and compromise and listening. And, you know, I really welcome this amendment because to me it clearly shows that we're genuine about the trial element of this project, which I've heard people say, it's not a trial, it's a done deal. This is a trial. This is why it's a tactical implementation project at minimum cost to the community while we check what the results are. So from a research methodological perspective, we haven't done the trial yet, so we don't have the numbers. But we are listening. We are listening to the business community. We had elected members attend the meeting that was on in the community where there was concerns voiced, and we've tried to address those concerns by way of an amendment here tonight. But people don't want that amendment because it shows that we're reasonable and that we are putting this through a trial, and we do welcome the report and the criticism and to adjust things if needed. So that confuses the debate because people are not expecting that. But you can't have it both ways. You can't say you have to listen, you have to change this, and when that's on the table, say no, that's not good enough.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to make one point that's already been made, and I want to commend Councillor Posselt for making it for me. But I want to repeat that point and reinforce it. It's always been my understanding from the report we received that there was going to be a report 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months. Now, this amendment that's there, all what it does, in my view, is that reinforces it and says, now here it is in black and white. We're making it as clear as crystal that in 3 months' time, we will have a report, and if change is required, we will do that. So thank you for bringing that point, and I think it's a very valid point. Thank you.
I've just got a question, so sorry.
Question from Alderman Bloomfield.
We've had a bit of a changing element to this discussion over the last couple of months, and I just want to reiterate this question. The question is, We have had it suggested that this bike lane will go ahead and the only thing that's being trialled is the design.
Question, please.
And then the other point was that no, the whole thing is a trial. So can I please have it confirmed? Which one is it, please? Is it the design is the trial and it's going ahead, or is it the whole thing is a trial? Because we've had two different answers over the last couple of months, and I want to make sure that as we do this, that's relevant.
Mr. Noy, did you want to answer the question?
It's within council's power to, once the trial has been completed, not to continue with any cycle lane within that. So it's the whole thing that's on trial here. So, yeah.
Hey, if there's any further discussion,
on the motion,
Councillor.
Yeah.
No, this is on the amendment.
Oh, I've spoken on the amendment.
You have, yeah. Councillor Coates on the amendment.
I'm just on the amendment. I spoke obviously before the amendment was moved.
Okay, sure.
Anyone, but on the amendment, strictly, look,
Yep.
I mean, this is a classic example. So, as I understand it, you've got businesses raising genuine concerns about how they can physically operate their business with the loading zones, and then the argument's being put that because we've listened to those concerns, we're instead going to ask for a report to come back at the scheduled 3-month interval. I mean, 3 months when you can't get your stock to your business kills your business. It's just a classic example of, as it was put by Alderman Bloomfield, this is breadcrumbing. You know, sounds good, it sounds like consultation, but it's missed the point. I mean, if a business is saying the current proposal, the loading zones don't work, and then we say, oh yes, we've heard you, we're going to explore options 3 months in. I mean, you know, the baby's already out with the bathwater. So anyhow, I'll just make that observation on the amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question through you, Lord Mayor, to Mr. Noy. The Centre Point car park, that was always promoted that would be absorbing spaces and all that. Is it true that no discussions had been had with the centre management up until just weekly in the last 2 weeks, and that still today, two questions, that's the first one. The second one, is there definitely, will this Centre Point car park, as part of the justification of the bike lanes, will this be opened as soon as these bike lanes are operational, yes or no?
Mr. Noy.
Look, I do know that we have had conversations more recently with Centre Point car park to explore the opening of that Centre Point, opening of the car park beyond 6:15, where it currently operates to. So we have done that recently, and it's my understanding that there has been general support for that. And the nature of your second question, sorry?
Will this definitely be operational and opened when the bike lanes commence?
Well, we need confirmation from the other stratum owners within the complex to support that change. And we're working through the operational issues that come with opening that car park beyond 6:15. We are reasonably confident that we can overcome any of those operational issues, but we're just working through those at this point in time.
You will move over to the same point though, but this was one of the central planks of how the car park's going to be absorbed, and I'm finding out now, just to quote your words, just recently. I mean, this went back months and months ago, so...
Councillor Kelly, is there another question, or is this an intervention now?
No.
I mean, no.
No, thank you.
Further contributions? Deputy?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Noy. Really appreciate you thoroughly going through the consultation process that we did undertake, and I do hope that perhaps it's been read thoroughly as well by those who say that a consultation process was not undertaken. I want to thank you for going through that. I do also want to thank Councillor Kitsos for her contributions. I find it quite sad that the motion that we've tried to put up has sort of been, or the amendment that's been put up has been reconstructed in the way that it has, especially when the intentions are there to try and be considerate and take on board some of the things that had been said at that particular meeting. And perhaps the motion would not have come about had we not gone, but we chose to go because we wanted to listen and we wanted to try and address some of the concerns. And the amendment is a reflection of that as well. And in the engagement report, you'll see it says modifications to be made to the design, and that will happen once we consult, once we go out, once the trial is underway. But it's really, really hard to make changes when we're not underway. But I tell you what is one of the best things sometimes people use, it's fear. Sometimes people use the unknown to create angst, to create things that may not potentially occur. Or maybe we will actually do a really good job because we'll learn and we'll listen. And this amendment is trying to do that. It's trying to listen and it's genuinely trying to find a way forward. So thank you so much for putting it up, and thank you for those who helped.
I haven't spoken to the amendment. I moved the amendment, and then I said I reserved my right, is what I said. You remember that?
Yep.
Yep. Just a little, look, just I don't know if people know one of my backgrounds, is that I was a courier for 10 years. My first job, my first business was courier in Melbourne, in the CBD. And as you know, Melbourne's pretty hectic at any time. And as a courier, working within a bigger couriering company, we all knew how to deliver stuff. So while you've got businesses saying it's going to be impossible to deliver things, the business doesn't necessarily deliver things. It's the courier company, the transport company, that does all the work. And as couriers, people can park in the loading zone and they can wheel things. The loading zone in Victoria Street, Alderman Zuko mentioned the steepness of the hill, and I walked down it today, and it was I could have wheeled 5 cartons of Bollinger up that hill without breaking into a sweat. Books, again, same sort of weight as champagne. I used to specialise in delivering top shelf champagne.
Where's this going?
The way trolleys work, the way couriers work, they can deliver things wherever it needs to be delivered. It's not an imposition on the shop, it's the courier that does the work. And they're paid by the carton or whatever the contract is to be able to deliver stuff. So loading zones are important, but also the people who deliver your stuff also know what they're doing. So it's not like the bookshop's not going to get a delivery because there's a loading zone around the corner and the guy can't wheel something up the hill. So I think there's a mythology growing here that the loading zone is absolutely essential, when what's essential is to have good people delivering your stuff, and they will utilise whatever space is available, because loading zones are occupied half the time by someone else. So therefore you park in a different one. So opportunities are there for loading and unloading. So let's not get too carried away by the loading zones in this area. There's enough, and there will be enough in Victoria Street as well. So that's just the final remark. I just wanted to dispel a little bit of mythology that the loading zone is, parked out the front of your shop is the be-all and end-all. Loading zones are shared by multiple companies, and generally speaking, it functions well because you've got good people delivering stuff.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to the amendment, Lord Mayor.
So you just asked questions before, did you? Okay. Go ahead.
I used to be a courier driver myself, actually.
So you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I believe you're totally wrong.
You must have been hopeless at it.
Lord Mayor, it's twice
yes.
Alderman Harvey's interjected.
No, thanks, Alderman Zuko, but they were having a bit of a conversation.
No,
but
it
please,
started by
excuse me, Alderman
Councillor
Zuko.
Harvey.
Excuse me, Alderman Zuko. I'm chairing the meeting. Please don't interject or have a conversation with Councillor Kelly. He's just about to make his contribution to the discussion.
I'm not going to listen to Councillor Harvey. I'm not going to listen to my own thoughts either. I listened to the owner of Fuller's Bookshop. I consulted with him. He mentioned it at the meeting the other night. I listened to him. I put his opinion of whether Bollinger or Books or... I mean, this is just breathtaking. Here we have elected members standing on the little soapboxes, experts in financial matters, courier delivering, traffic management, how businesses... It's only 2 years. 2 years? What's 2 years, really? Come on. I mean, what don't we get? This is embarrassing to be part of this discussion tonight. You know, I mean, listen to the mood of the people, you know. Here we have those polls, Pulse and Mercury were both over 85% it was. ABC Facebook, of all places, I think it was something like 70% of all comments on their social media was not supporting it. We are just not listening. Here we are running around now doing little amendments. This is going to solve the world. Everything's going to be fixed. I'm an expert. You know, just run away, everyone. And we talked earlier about the language of the officer's report with the planning, with the state government. That was wrong. And right in the language of this, to this amendment and all this sort of stuff to the Confederation, it's insulting. Here we are. I mean, anyone reading this from outside will go, who the hell is this council preaching and pontificating over this whole thing to these businesses? Just take a little bit of humble pie on board here, you guys, you know. Sit back, respect the businesses. All this meetings and discussions and press and all that, if you can't see something's out there happening, I mean, this just isn't just happening because there's not a problem and everything's good. I mean, you wonder why this council and all councils in Tasmania are in a death roll, heading towards amalgamations, and you wonder why the minister pulls out the funding and all that. We've got to look ourselves in the mirror here. It's pretty damn obvious what's happening.
Okay, I think everyone's spoken, so I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Aye. No. Okay, all those against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour say raise your hands.
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, I can't see. Councillor Coates, your hand's down, I'm assuming. Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, so we've now got a changed motion. We'll go back to the substantive motion. A few people have already spoken. So does anyone like to speak on the substantive motion? Alderman Zuko.
Lord Mayor, I was at the meeting. None of this that's on this motion was actually at the meeting, because there was motions moved at the meeting, and the business people that were there were not interested in the motion of provide an engagement report, because that was read by the group. Invite the Confederation of Great Business to discuss with its members concerns of relevant council officers, the technical infrastructure trial, to ensure the Confederation fully understands the extent of the trial. That is the most condescending point that anyone would want to give to a business organisation who has worked tirelessly for the business people in that area. And I know the person in question who was the actual chair of that committee, who has read just about everything and everything. Personally, I think we should apologise to the Confederation for even bothering to invite them to read a document they've already read and fully understand. And officers prepare a report on the current issues, costings and times, the extent of the operating hours of Centrepoint. Again, at that meeting, Centrepoint was mentioned, but it was not the focus of the business people. So the 3 points here in this motion is not focused on what the business people were talking about that evening. Fuller's Bookshop. Absolutely scathed. There were other businesses there that absolutely scathed. I can't remember the name of the business, but it's it's on the corner. I've just gone blank with the name. Sorry? Anyway, it's all right. She was absolutely scathing.
Artery.
That's it, artery. I could not believe what I was hearing from these people, because I actually, with some other elected members, walked the street, and that was not their, they were against the bikeway, but that was not their mood at the time. But months later, their mood has changed. So I think this motion is disrespectful to that meeting. It's disrespectful to the Confederation, and in particular Edward Johnson, who has read all this documentation. If we want to listen, and if we are genuine, and we are very genuine in listening, then listen to the business people in the street, off the street, and every one of those property owners and business people. I was in a workshop and I made it very, very clear that I would like to ensure that every business owner and every property owner was contacted and spoken to. People have to understand small business. If people do not understand small business, then we have no understanding of how to consult with small business. Small business doesn't work 9 to 5. Small business hasn't got a person to answer their phone. Small business has to go to the bank, has to go to the lawyer. The owner has to do many things, and I know it. I've been in it all my life. So if someone wants to talk to Marty Zuko, pick up the phone, contact the owner. If someone wants to speak to the owner of a property, especially the Hobart City Council, can I have 3 minutes, please?
Moved by Lord Mayor, second by Councillor Elliott. All those in favour say aye. Against no. Carried unanimous.
Especially the Hobart City Council, we have the documentation in our rates. We know exactly who the owner of that property is. We can write to them all we want. Don't write to small business people. It does not work. I don't even read every bit of documentation that comes into me. But if someone calls me and says, Marty Zuko, I want to talk to you about your business at 364 Elizabeth Street, I'd say, yeah, what are we going to talk about? Let's make a time. These are small business people. I thought we would have learnt from what happened in North Hobart. Now, I have been to meetings in North Hobart where all the business people are supportive, but at a meeting only 10 turn up because they're either at the wrong time for their business, they can't make it at 10 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, these small business people not only have to run their business, but they're also family members and got kids and everything like that. But we who work, I'm sorry, I'm not being detrimental to your staff, but we who work 8:45 to 6 p.m. at night think that these small business people, you know, are available to us between those times. You want to speak to someone in a restaurant? Go and speak to them at 5 o'clock. I guarantee you, you'll get the owner if they're there. If they're not there, they're not far away. Or go and speak to them at 10 o'clock at night after service. They'll gladly speak to you in a pub, not 9 to 5. This is the most condescending attack on the Confederation of Small Business and those business people that were there that night, because this is not what they moved. There were 3 motions moved by that group, unanimously supported. And if we're going to support these small business and be genuine to these people, then be genuine and deliver what they want, not what we want round this table.
Further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. It's really synthesising down for me. I think I've actually moved on from the position of hearing Mr Noy. I know we have gone out with a list of consultation. We do the consultation, but I do think the staff are in a rock and a hard place because it's the listening that really is the problem. And I do think the fundamental problem is we're coming back to this council is telling businesses that they don't know what is best for their business. That we're telling the businesses that what they need to survive and thrive. We're not listening. The businesses know best. We don't know best. The references to two-year trial, I say this over and over. This is apparently a trial. It's a two-year trial. We've already asked for the $4.2 million to make it permanent. The performance indicators, all there needs to be is an increase, a single one increase in a supposed female to tick one of the KPI boxes to make it permanent. And look at our pattern of behaviour when it comes to trials. The Parklets trial, 2 years. I remember asking the question, how's the 12-month trial of the Parklets going, given it's been nearly 2 years? We have no credibility in that space. And this motion is, like Alderman Zuko said and Councillor Sherlock in introducing it, is meant to be a reflection of what was said at the meeting. But there was a lot said at the meeting. I was really disappointed I couldn't make it, but I got a couple of detailed accounts, as well as the media reporting. And a couple of important things that were said at the meeting that I do agree with were made by Mr Rockefeller. He said, and this is in a meeting filled with distressed business owners, Mr Rockefeller said that consultation is tokenism by the Hobart City Council. My experience with the council dates back 30 years, and what has happened is they claim that they consult. I've sent letters to the council and they actually totally ignore them. And specifically in relation to this Collins Street extreme plan, Mr Rockefeller said it is just the stupidest idea that defies common sense and fails the pub test. He said to the field room, you're standing up, you're rising up against absolute nonsense. My only advice is that they, us lot, should be put into administration. I wholeheartedly concur. At the meeting, Mr Rockefeller also generously made a large donation, a pledge I understand, to help support the business owners because we're a very well-resourced organisation. But individual business owners, things are tight, so it's wonderful to be able to actually have, I'm really pleased that the community has some financial backing because it's already been shown that the community has no choice but to be loud and get louder and get louder. We've seen it with Save UTAS campus and we've seen it's effective. We've seen it tonight because we've got a tiny little minuscule move and it's not going to stop. All of next year is going to be on this topic. I'm guessing around April we'll have the public meeting. I'm guessing by November we'll have the elector poll and that'll be beautiful timing coming into 2026 for the next council elections and the political damage that will be done to people. I am just so disturbed by the level of lack of objectivity and the lack of ability of people to put themselves in the business owner's shoes. We really need to take stock and think the people who know the businesses along Collins Street, not just Collins Street, the other ones are all around the radiate off that, which are also impacted. The business owners know their business. They know what they need. I don't think we've even asked the businesses along there fundamental questions like what percentage of your customers arrive by car? And I mean, we've got high-level stats that I think it's 87% of workers arrive into the city by car, but it's going to be in the 80-odd%. We haven't even got the fundamentals, but I do feel for Mr Noy and his team in terms of consultation because I do truly think the problem sits with us on listening. And the staff are only guided by us, and with a majority vote, we need to start listening to the businesses. I know that this is going to come into place in January, and part of me is excited about that because I know of the outrage and the political damage that will come as a result, quite rightly. But I couldn't put my hand on my heart and say I wanted it to happen because I know I can foresee the business's position and the impact not only on the owners and their customers and their staff, but all the other users of our city. But I just think this whole proposal is just incredibly arrogant and we really need to start listening.
Further discussion? Councillor Alderman Bloomfield.
I guess my argument really starts and ends with Pillar 4, city economy. Because ultimately, that's what we're ignoring. We have a definition of success for this project, but we completely ignored Pillar 4 to do so. And the problem with that is that we are talking about not just a capital city, but we are talking about the central business district of a capital city. This is the place where everyone congregates to do business. This is where we should be focusing more on that outcome than others. But we don't. And the fact that we have relegated a business representation organisation such as the Confederation of Greater Hobart Business, we have relegated them to being disputed with what they have said, that, you know, like somehow they're now, not good enough to have read an article because you think that they need to read it again, and we need to make sure that they really understand because maybe they don't. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary, and it is insulting. And I can promise you they are insulted. Absolutely. They have made that position very public. So, to be honest, I was trying to work out, maybe there's a part in here, 1, 2, 3 or 4, just maybe there's something in there that we could actually take on and say, you know what, there's one little bit of good in this. But honestly, I can't. Because what's in my head is that those business owners really deserve the right to trade. They also deserve the right not to have the rug pulled from under them, because they have long leases, they have staff, they have responsibilities, they have BASs to pay, tax to pay. They have all the different things that have come up and changed in their world that they need to actually address and still somehow go home having made money. But how are they going to do that when the rug is pulled and where we used to have 600 cars engaging in these areas? There'll be none, because there'll be, 49 car parks, 59 car parks removed. So when you look at the impact of that, all of those regular engagements of people parking and moving all day is gone, and it is just emptiness, because the only time the cyclists tend to use it is early morning and late night going backwards and forwards. So we've got a cycle highway. Nowhere did you actually organise to get any bike parking. I remember I did actually try to organise buying a coffee when I had my e-scooter, and I literally had to park it with no ability to secure it, to rock in, quickly grab a coffee, rock out again, and hope that I still had a scooter. So how on earth do we genuinely expect anyone to engage and buy when we have that circumstance? So I find this is incredibly inappropriate. And what really saddens me is that this was a result of attending what was a very well put together meeting. I only got to go to the first half hour or so, but there was no one yelling and shouting. There was nobody turning up and carrying on like a pork chop. They were well versed in their argument. They were very genuine, and they had well put together arguments, which I note to date in this particular thing, I don't know why not one of those has appeared on this at all. You know, what about the gentleman who has a dental surgery, who said, from what I remember, that the parking was removed from outside his premises. So if he actually turned around and wanted to apply with those changes in mind, that he would not be granted an ability to operate a dental practice because the accessibility would no longer be applicable to him. But we're happy to change the environment so that he effectively contravenes his own licence to practice there, because it suits us. But how did that suit his practice? How did that suit him getting his clients in? How did that suit the staff? It doesn't.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, I'll pick up on the last point that Councillor Bloomfield mentioned about the dental surgery.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Oh, sorry, Alderman Bloomfield. The dental surgery. The person speaking on behalf of the surgery said their nearest car park was now 250 metres away, and it's completely not true. Around the corner in Mole Street, 20 metres away, there's 8 car parks that are 2-hour car parks. And these were some of the things that we discussed, and that's why we said we needed to redistribute the plans, because some of those commentators on the night misrepresented the plans. So it's important that we're accurate. That first one was completely false. They have 8 car parks within 30 metres. But look, let's just go back through the history of change in Hobart, and everything is challenged. Hobart's a very polarised kind of city, and I remember right back when we had the Yarngal project, and I've mentioned this regularly, that was challenged and it just got through the council, and we've subsequently rolled out nearly all of the projects. And the last one, this is from 2010 or 12, around that era? 10. And we've nearly completed that whole program, and the Collins Street treatment here was part of that. So it's been on our books for a long time. We had Morrison Street. I remember Morrison Street. We had a big compromise there because nothing was going to get through council without a compromise. So we didn't end up with a bike lane there, but we did manage to remove some cars so we could widen the footpath further down. PW One Forecourt used to be a parking lot, and people were surprised. Why do the cars get the best real estate in Hobart? The Salamanca pedestrian crossings, that was challenged, but we subsequently have those crossings, and it's a success. And one of the crossings near Gladstone Street, everyone argued, well, what the hell would you put a crossing there for? And then when you look at the heat map of where people cross the road, that was exactly the place where everybody crossed the road. Hence, that's why the crossing went there, but that was still challenged. We had the Brook Street apron. When the cars were moved off the Brook Street apron, that was challenged. When we had the Liverpool Street area speed limits, dropping them to 30, that was challenged as well, because 30 was just way too slow for some people, and we ended up with a compromise at 40. So change is really challenging for everyone, and I get that businesses are really nervous that how this could impact them, but potentially it could benefit them. But we won't know without a trial, and I'm hopeful that the businesses, if this goes ahead, that the businesses will be really willing to share any data they have about whether their profit or their bottom line's improved or it's gone backwards, because that's going to be the important data that we'll need going forward to see whether or not this trial is a success or a failure. We've got people, as was said earlier by Councillor Lohberger, where did I get Logan from? Anyway, I was thinking of another council, yeah, about how the people who ride their bikes along the rivulet track from South Hobart, and I've had people say to me that this is just about the people in South Hobart. And it's like, wow. So, okay, so you've got Davey and Macquarie. It's quite dangerous to ride along there. So this is a logical place to put a bike lane. And ultimately, if we get the bridge down the other end of Collins Street, people will be using this street in order to go to the proposed stadium. So there's a lot of benefits, as we know, of having cycle lanes, but there's got to be a certain amount of confidence and trust that this might work. All over the world, this is happening, and I know people say all the time, this is not that city, this is not this city, this is not any other city, this is us. And this is how we work here in Hobart. And we know that people in Hobart are fairly much addicted to driving cars, and we can see that, and I've looked at this over time when we've had other officers who have looked at this, who talk about the number of short journeys in Hobart. And for North Hobart, for example, we know that about 20% of cars in North Hobart have been driven less than a kilometre. And that's the sort of people we need to encourage to get out of their cars and have a go at walking, if they can walk and if they can ride. I also popped into the Centre Point car park today. Floor 7A, empty. Floor 7, empty. Floor 6, empty. Floor 5, empty. So there was, that car park has 782 car parks, and it was mostly empty, while the street parking was occupied in short term, but mostly the car park was occupied from 1, 2, 3, 4. And there was lots of people in the car park, lots of cars, people shopping, doing their thing in the shopping centre.
Alderman.
Okay,
Councillor
thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Kitsos.
I'll just keep this brief because I'm struggling to talk tonight, but I just wanted to ask the question to the room about why do we actually give more weight to particular groups in our community than to others? Now that's just a question for you to answer to yourselves, but no one here tonight is saying, what about the cyclists? What about the walkers? What about the street side diners? Where do they sit in this conversation and the benefits that they will gain from this change that we have on the street? It's clear that people don't want cyclists on the road, they don't want them on the footpath, and now they don't even want them in a cycle lane. So this conversation starts to lose all rationality to me and just becomes purely an ideological argument, which means that it's very difficult to unpick if people are hell-bent on constantly pushing the same misinformation. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question. I've asked this question before, and I will recapitulate the same question. And the question is this, through you to the Director. If we stopped at Victoria Street instead of going all the way to Murray Street, is it possible to still have the trial?
Noy.
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor. Yes, it is. Clearly it is. However, we wouldn't have protected lanes all the way through to Murray Street. So that's the consequence of that. But certainly it is.
Lord Mayor, I'm just listening to things in here, and I firstly want to say with regards to this motion, it is my understanding that when the two of them went to this public meeting, they came back and it was a reflection. They didn't report what motions were passed. That wasn't what they said in here, but it was a reflection. And we all reflect on things, and after reflection, they came up with these three and now the fourth elements of this motion. It was very clearly also made that it was done with all good intentions. There was, you know how it is in criminal law, you got to make sure that the mens rea and act come together in synchronization. And here it was a good intention. And then we want to break the intention of people when we question their motives. It's a sad indictment. But, we've got to accept people on good faith if they say they brought this in good intentions. And I think it is for good intentions that they brought this. Point number two, I've also been a small business for nearly 15 years. But people might laugh and say, what is your experience? Because it's an ideological position I'm taking. But what I'm saying, I have also been a small business where I did the bookkeeping, did the best, I worked 7 days a week, and we can go on and on. And I relate to what Councillor Zuko is saying. I had to do all that. But the point also, from my experience, outside my shop, there was a parking where people who were handicapped could come and only park for half an hour, and it was all jammed-packed. At Elbowden Street, it was all jam-packed. Adelaide Street, it was jam-packed. For about 3 blocks away, and people had to walk, and even from Booper, people who pushed the trolleys or whatever it was, very difficult. But the point I'm making is this, that everywhere that we go, people do walk or travel. You can't just go and park outside my cafe when I had and expect parking all the time. That's the point I'm making. Now, I have had that experience. There are other points that I can make, but I won't. But all what I'm saying, I understand the pain and the agony and the suffering of small business. I was in that situation, but we had to put up because of the rules and regulations and whatever it was. It happens. It is done in the past. It can happen again. Point number 3, and I was just thinking along these lines, it is my thinking here that the trial originally said that it was going to have a report in 3 months and 6 months and 12 months, and it's going to happen. Now, if this is going to be any consolation, all what I'm saying, I'm listening to the people, that's what I'm saying. Is it possible to stop it at Victoria Street? That's all what I'm saying. not that I'm backing off, but I'm saying if that is possible or it's going to be an impediment and the trial will not work. If it's not going to work, then I will go along with the council staff and what they're saying. I'm just making a point, not making any recommendation at this stage. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will keep this brief, believe it or not, and I'll start with a charming anecdote, which is that my 4-year-old has been transported for much of his life on a bike. Started with a trailer when he was very small, and then he went to a shotgun seat between my arms, and now he's in a cargo bike, and he's just graduated his way of thinking. And he says every morning when he needs to go to school in Battery Point, I live in West Hobart, Daddy, can I ride my bike, please, today? I want to ride my own bike. I want to be like you, and I want to ride my bike to school. I don't think that anybody here around this table would argue with the notion that kids should be able to ride to school. They should be able to, teenagers should be able to safely get from A to B. And fortunately for Campbell Street, I'm able to transition the length of Campbell Street with a 4.5-year-old riding his own bike, which I think is remarkable, and it's due to the infrastructure. I would be much more comfortable if it was all protected, but the busiest sections are protected and we are safe in those busy sections. Councillor Coates mentioned that the most at-risk group are the business owners on the street. I would suggest that my 4.5-year-old who is riding on a road is at higher risk than the business owners, as is every single cyclist. And we must draw our attention back to the item on stormwater that we spoke about at the start of this meeting, where we reflected on how climate change is impacting city infrastructure. Because 60+% of the emissions in Hobart come from transport. And if we're not willing to address climate change by changing our behaviour and facilitating people to take carbon neutral transport, then we're all stuffed. Business will be great for the next 50 years, and then it'll go up in a hell basket when the entire economy collapses. We need to make concessions. We need to respect that the city is made up of all sorts of people. It's made up of businesses, it's made up of shoppers, it's also made up of workers. Essential workers often have to use active transport. For example, the hospital has minimal parking, in fact, no dedicated parking for nurses whatsoever. So nurses are forced to use active and alternative transport to get to hospital, where they will serve you and they will nurse you into health when you're ill. Sorry, I'm just getting interjections from the gallery, Lord Mayor.
Please, no more interjections, thanks. What's that? No more interjections, thank you. It's the last warning.
So we need to recognise that a city is not a shopping centre. It does not exist to serve shops. It exists to serve a multitude of purposes, including healthcare, law enforcement, law courts, education, provision of education. I think Alderman Bloomfield has previously been astonished by the fact that we would support research in our city because it's not business, which is a mind-blowing way to view the world, given the net benefit to the economy that research and education brings to Tasmania as the second biggest or possibly the biggest import to this state. Business is broader than just retail. The CBD is not a shopping centre. We must support businesses to do well, but we have to balance that with the needs of the broader community. That's what the proposal does, and providing some of that information and allowing further consultation and explanation to concerned businesses through the Confederation is a great way to approach it.
Further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
The last time I checked, CBD was Central Business District, and I think that's on all our literature we get and all that. And look, I'm getting a bit sick of getting emails. Actually, it's not many, so I shouldn't be sick of it, from people wanting to bring 5-year-olds to town on a bike to buy ice creams and straddle across the whole place and feel safe. And I mean, I just don't know what utopian sort of society some people live in, but to me, it's a central business district, and there it is. Addressing this motion, I don't think we should be doing alternative motions and all that. The only motion I'd be doing supplementary to this is an apology to the Confederation of Greater Hobart Business for the language, the demeaning, insulting way, condescending way of looking over them and telling them how they've got to read reports and we'll do a little re-education process for you. I mean, really? Rates have gone up 10%, business confidence is down, the polls are all against this, it's a 2-year trial. The two owners own the whole block from 188 Collins Street to the top there, including the tax office. They were not even written to. They weren't even consulted. Up into the meeting the other night where we had with the Confederation, the CEO of 188 Collins Street, which by the way has 2,500 people work in it, 2,500 people. And there's 17 different businesses that operate from it. They weren't even consulted. The first time they found out about it was opening the Mercury. And even up until the night of the meeting, a council officer approached the CEO and said, oh, what's happening? And he said, this is the first time council's spoken to me about it or approached me to speak to me about it. Rockefeller wasn't approached either. They had to approach council. This is the arrogance. Actually, I'll take that back. It's not arrogance. This is the inability of this council, the officers included, I'm not giving them any free rope here, of just not getting it. Councillor Kitsos answered, raised that question. It's not that people don't like bike people and all that. If people can't see the mood and the press and everything these discussions we're having here now, you just don't get it. Here we are, 7 weeks away. 7 weeks, and you've got to throw Christmas into this as well. And here we are, alternative motions and extra studies and what else can we do, and we're not happy, and we've probably only got a month to go. And we're running around, scrambling around, trying to patch up this leaking boat that this council is. As I said, no wonder we're in this death spiral. This is how it's going to go, as Councillor Elliott said. There'll be a meeting, there'll be an elector poll. I tell you now, those people who push this through, you'll wear this like an albatross around your neck and you'll go to that election and you will be voted out.
Excuse me, I hear you, Councillor Posselt. I was just about to intervene. Councillor Kelly, I know you've just finished, but the tone of your intervention was inappropriate, and I'm calling it out now, and I hope the next time you speak in this chamber, you think a little bit more about the respect to show the people who work for this council and your fellow elected members. We can have differences of opinion without that kind of invective. Okay?
Could you be more specific in which part of that conversation was it? No, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Okay, well maybe you should have a look back at the tape.
Maybe the level of my voice, but if you can't explain it to me, sorry, I'll sit down confused.
I just had some questions, Lord Mayor. Having been closely involved in the UTAS elector poll, which we very carefully planned for an electoral cycle so that it was held at the same time as an election and didn't cost extra funding, I just wonder what the cost of an elector poll will be outside of the electoral cycle.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Look, there hasn't been any detailed work done on it yet. Based on certainly understanding of other councils similar size, you'd be looking at around $200,000 to do it.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of extra questions. What is the cost of holding a public meeting as a result of the petition? Or roughly, the rough cost? I guess, we did it a few years ago, so I assume we have a rough figure.
Oh, look, I wasn't here at the time. Look, it's not an extraordinarily large cost to run a public meeting, though. So.
The final question is, what was the quantum of the lost state government funding that some members in this room acknowledged that they lobbied for that funding to be withdrawn for the Collins Street bike path?
Thanks. Well, we didn't actually lose the funding. We lost it from this project. The funding is still with the council to be reallocated to another project. So.
Great. Thank you.
While we're asking questions, can I just, I just need to fact check about the 2 owners of buildings weren't consulted and the first time they learnt about it. I feel like the staff need an opportunity to fact check, or I would like that fact checked, because I feel that was quite a strong accusation. Is there truth to that there's 2 owners were not consulted?
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Look, I think Mr Rockefeller's name was mentioned, and we did write to him, and my understanding is that he wrote back to us and indicated he didn't want to be consulted. Having said that, the CEO and myself did meet with Mr Rockefeller, and Mr Rockefeller provided a quite detailed submission. It was well considered, and that was noted in the engagement report that no doubt every councillor has read, that Mr Nikon was provided a written submission. So that was all available for the elected members to consider in its deliberation in September.
What about 188?
I don't really want to extend this too much, but I just want to really try and ask people to really think about everyone in the community. I am concerned that business owners are potentially going to be pawns in certain political campaigns. Yep. And that's not good for business, because I've seen the kind of campaigns that were run about North Hobart where people were told there was no parking when there was plenty of parking, and that's not great for the image of an area. What we're trying to do is create a fantastic new revitalised part of the city, and the sort of invective and negativity that is going to be, if certain people, if this is part of a particular political strategy, that's not good for business. That's not good for, the image of the place where businesses work and put their hard work into. This project has had a lot of changes. There's been a lot of consultation. There's been a lot of changes. They may not be the exact changes that certain people want, but hey, we actually represent a very broad range of people. We represent, as Councillor Kitsos says, we represent shoppers, we represent tourists, people visiting the street. We represent people working in office buildings. We represent people that catch buses. We represent people who drive cars. We provide plenty of car parks in the city, and this street is not going to be closed to cars. So I just appeal to people, let's try and be as evidence-based as possible. Of course, change is difficult, but I just caution people against seeing this as some sort of political football. It would be such a shame for your businesses and your street to become a political football for some people's re-election campaigns. That would be a really sad outcome for that part of the city, because I have confidence that the work that's going to be done there will actually be a fantastic investment. If the Centre Point car park can have massive new upgrades and extension of hours, potentially there might be free parking opportunities some days. There'll be new outdoor dining. There'll be new pedestrian crossings. There'll be new urban greening. There will be people talking about Collins Street in a positive way, not in that's that place that nobody should go because it's a really scary place and there's big fights about it. I mean, what a sad thing that would be for your street and your businesses. So I just think it's important that we, keep a cool head, look at the evidence, think about the broad range of people in the city, and continue to work together, continue to listen to each other. And I think this motion tonight certainly has demonstrated a lot of listening and discussion from the people who brought it to us. Thank you. Councillor Sherlock, did you want to sum up?
I certainly would, thank you. Thank you very much. I would really urge the businesses that are listening to tonight or out there in the gallery to take a wholesale change approach to this motion. And what I mean by that is actually rationally looking at this particular motion. It was stated tonight by Alderman Zuko that Centrepoint was not the only issue that was discussed at that particular meeting. And if you read the motion, he's most certainly correct. Because as the motion highlights, these were some of the things that were stated, and it is noted in our motion by Councillor Harvey and I. Business owners discussed many issues, but several comments highlighted that the report had not only lacked consultation regarding ancillary impacts, but also did not resolve issues of the impacts of removing loading zones for businesses that have products required to be shipped in on pallets. If you were there, you'd remember that. Development applications for businesses with the requirement of approved parking that would no longer be available under their development application. It was already raised, but let me highlight what the answer was to that, is that we are not removing private parking. The limited hours of operation of the city's major multi-storey car parks, we addressed that too in this particular motion. The impact of bike lanes on the airport bus, which would potentially have to park on the road and have the effect of stopping traffic, I also dealt with that in my particular address in the beginning. Care workers bringing individuals to the city that require front door service, I also addressed that. The period of time that businesses would be impacted during the infrastructure project, which would be around upwards of a 30% income reduction, I also addressed that. Impacts on the night economy, I also addressed that. This particular motion is not just about having the Confederation read a report. Indeed, if that was the case, that would most certainly be insulting. But that is not what the motion says. So I read it to you again because it requires a paradigm shift in the misinformation and the disinformation about this particular motion.
Point of order, your tone is appropriate, please.
It is appropriate. I'm sorry, Alderman Bloomfield, that's not a point of order.
So was my time stop? Okay, cool. So I will say to you what the motion was, which is just provide a copy of the engagement report to ensure members are informed of the extent of the engagement and the findings. That's not insulting based on the information that was stated at the meeting. People said all night nobody consulted us. But there was consultation. So how did we address that, Councillor Harvey and I? We put up point 1. And then we said point 2, invite the Confederation to come and talk to our council officers because they felt like nobody spoke to them. How is that insulting?
No.
We tried to do something good. We came with a genuine and sincere intention to do something good. And that is why this motion is here. And I spoke for 8 minutes about what was raised at the meeting on the 31st of October. And to take such a reductionist approach is really quite disappointing.
That's time.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Showing Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Kelly. Carried.
Okay. We now have another motion on the same place. Who's going to move this one? Alderman Bloomfield.
Listening to the Confederation.
Second. Who's second?
Oh, seconder.
Elliott.
Listening to the Confederation of Greater Hobart Business and their open forum that they had to the general public, they supplied us a motion that we very proudly take to this room and that thus speak for the public. And that is, 1, that the Collins Street Cycleway project be deferred indefinitely, so that 2, the Hobart City Council immediately undertake an independent economic impact study on the potential effects surrounding businesses in Collins Street, so that businesses finally have some comfort in understanding what the impact could actually be. I am quite shocked with the discussion that came from administration, to be fair, because given that we have been consistently told, oh, but there's research, but no research has been supplied here. And then we were told that all these other elements here, like social benefits, improve public health. But we discussed that earlier, with a project of research of 360,000 people that identified that getting on a bike is nowhere near as impactful on your health as a good diet. And in fact, if you want a real impact on community health, we actually need to address poverty. Which then brings in line the entire argument of why addressing the economic impact of this particular project is so important. Because the problem we have is that we actually, I find it quite extraordinary. You know, we have a city that is saying, oh, you know, we're not going to do an economic study, you can get one in a couple of years. But somehow other cities have done so and come back. Other cities which we're told to use as comparatives. And we have some here, we have Bendigo, we have Geelong, we have Dunedin, except they actually have public transport. And public transport is actually vital if you want to supply alternatives. If you want to remove cars, supply public transport. We know that that's very much part of this research. We know that. Just as we know that exercise is really not the impactful thing that you think it is. But poverty is very real, and we are very good at that in Tasmania, sadly, because we don't have the population to make this place really sing. So we have to be better. And one of the other issues that I have with this is that when we look at what we do have some real life examples. We have Melville Street where the area was practically shut down for that block, and what happened in that time, that was many months, and you know what happened? Businesses moved. They got out of the area. They shut down, they moved, because they could not trade in a place that did not have access. They couldn't. And what was particularly savage was one of the businesses that said, oh no, this is a brilliant idea, we love it. You know what, they moved. So how was that? So to be fair, we actually do have some lived examples. And then we have access being altered when it came to North Hobart, and we changed things there. And what happened? We actually had a definitive drop in trade. And the really, really disappointing thing about the fact that we do not get the access to data is that we do have access to data. We do know how this place trades, because we do actually have the trade figures from the FPOS systems that we in fact have purchased. We do actually know. But that will not be supplied in a format to allow us to judge. And then we supplied with alternative points which suggests that, well, what if the city has a downturn? You know, we can't really blame it on these things. Well, you know what? If other cities can do it, we certainly should be capable, and we certainly should be better at supplying something that gives our business owners the right to trade quietly, well, ensure people are actually employed, maintain employment, because, thank you.
Further discussion?
Yeah, well,
Alderman Zucker.
I'm happy to go next, there's no problem, no need to wait. Actually, I find it quite interesting. Geelong, Bendigo. Anyone visited Geelong? Anyone visited Bendigo? How wide the streets are?
Both of them.
Anyone visited Christchurch lately? I was there 3 days ago. Oh, sorry, I was there yesterday for 3 days. I took some videos. Did not find one street that had bikeways on both sides going up and down. Not one street. I found a nice wide street that had
bikeway, up and down. Now, let's get this in perspective. The business people in Collins Street who have spoken to me have no issues with the bikeway. Their major concern is bikeways on both sides of the street. Mr Andrews is nodding yes. You see, we're not listening to the stakeholders. The business people there are the stakeholders. So, anyone want to see my video of Christchurch? I've got it here. I can share it with anybody because I was there. I was also in Queenstown. Queenstown's a different city because Queenstown's got narrow streets. This motion actually didn't come from the 5 elected members. This motion came from Mr Andrews and the Confederation. They wanted a motion put forward. I can show you the email. I said, well, if you want a motion put forward, you send me the motion. Once I receive the motion, we'll put it forward. So this is not a motion, even though it's named Alderman Zucker, Councillor Kelly, Elliott, Alderman Bluefield and Councillor Coates. I said share it with the other elected members who have been very supportive of you and see what they say. Mr Andrews is shaking his head yes. So this motion here was not concocted by any of the 5 elected members. This was brought forward by the Confederation of Business, by the group of people who have concerns, by the business people of Collins Street, who are not against the bikeway in Collins Street, nor am I, nor are the other 5 elected members. The biggest concern is bike lanes on both sides of the street. And I am aware that most of the business people that have been consulted have been trying to get that through to our staff, but what I've been advised by the business people is there's been a mindset, well, this is what we want to do. This is what the council wants to do. But let's listen to the stakeholders. We can stand up here and talk about whatever we want to talk about. This is not what I'm pushing, because I'll be happy with a bike lane down one side of the street, and I said that from the outset. But I think a better solution is to have a bike cage at Collins Street, because when the economic benefits to local businesses, it says here, Australia have shown the implementing bike lanes encouraging more people to visit the area, increasing foot traffic. Christchurch is increasing foot traffic. It's not increasing bike traffic. So if we want to talk about health and well-being, which I've got to say, this administration response is actually quite good, because it highlights it's not about bikes, it's about increasing foot traffic. That increases business, absolutely. Not bikes running down a lane in and out. That does not increase business. Look, if you want to truly say that we are listening as elected members, then listen to the stakeholders. They put this motion up. This motion is here tonight on their behalf. All I can say to you is, if this motion doesn't get up, it will go down to a track of an elector poll, and it won't be political. They'll be driving it, not the politicians.
Further discussion? Further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Then say no. Show of hands. All those in favour?
In favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. Is your hand up or down?
Voting?
Yes.
Up. Thank you. And the noes? Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and the Law.
This one.
Sorry, Councillor Kitsos, my apologies.
Okay. Moving on now to 25 questions without notice. Be received and noted. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Questions without notice. Councillor Coates.
My question goes to the Dark Sky City project. I was just wondering if we have an update on that project and to what committee that reports through to from a governance perspective. For you to be appropriate officer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
It's in the midterm report.
Dark Sky City
project.
I have to take that on notice.
I have more questions if anyone else wants to go. So a similar line, which is the biochar one, the collaboration with Heal Country, which is happening up at McRoby's Gully. I was just wondering what the cost of that project and how successful it's been and where it reports through to. Through you to be appropriate, officer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll take that on the notice.
Okay.
Thank you. And then a third one regards consultation with Metro Tasmania. So the first question is, in regards to the Collins Street Cycleway proposal, has Metro Tasmania been formally consulted with? Through you to the appropriate officer.
Through you, Lord Mayor. That's my understanding, yes.
And my question in regards to that consultation is, when did it occur, and do we have agreement from Metro Tasmania to move or remove the bus stops, the public bus stops on Collins Street?
You, Lord Mayor, look, I'll need to take that one on notice exactly when that consultation was undertaken. So.
Councillor Posselt.
Lord Mayor, just a very simple question. The question is, are many questions, are elected members entitled to ask questions of officers throughout the month via email, set up meetings with people when they're in Hobart, of course, to elicit answers to basic...
What's the
point? I believe it's a totally inappropriate comment attacking Councillor Coates on when they are in Hobart. I think that is totally inappropriate.
I didn't hear that.
That's exactly what was said.
Okay, I'll uphold that, Councillor Posselt.
All I was reflecting on was that you need to be in person to have a meeting.
No, Lord Mayor, it wasn't a comment.
But the question remains, is it possible to get information like who is a particular directorate, when certain consultation occurred, things like that? Is it easy to do?
Yes, it is, Councillor Posselt. Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Can I just make sure that everything's okay with the 3G to 4G updates on parking technology stuff? Did that all go smoothly?
Question.
Take that on notice.
Okay. I also have a couple of others related to the parking stuff. I was hoping we could get an update on the rollout of the new sensors and how that project is going, because I recall we invested a big chunk of money and wanted to make sure how that's going. And around data, if you can the council please have some data on the number of parking tickets that have been voided or withdrawn, or whatever the terminology is, in the past 12 months compared to the previous 12 months. Thank you.
Thanks.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, I haven't asked a question for a hell of a long time. It was about...
Alderman Zuko, your question?
Yeah, my question is, Lord Mayor, has council officers done any research in respect of the parking meters used in Christchurch?
I'd say they probably haven't, but do you want to take it on notice?
Well, yes, it'd be a good thing for some research to be done on the parking meters in Christchurch. The easiest ones I've ever used.
I just had one, just relating to car parking again. When the state Liberal government removed a very large amount of car parking spaces on Davey and Macquarie Streets over the last few years, did they introduce more public transport services to make up for that removal, as we've been advised we probably should do here tonight?
No, I don't know.
Look, very good question. I'll have to take that one on notice, Lord Mayor.
One last one, please. When are the parking meters, the blue ones, when are they at end of life? When can we, so if we can start to plan for something better?
That'll have to be on notice, yeah. No, I shouldn't ask a question. Well, I'm going to ask anyway. This is probably taken on notice, but yeah, related to the 93 car parks that the state government removed, and this, just a verbal response is fine. If that's, did we object to that or make, you know, try and stop that happening?
Yep.
I do. I really need to take that one on notice. I know that there were some conversations and concerns raised by elected members in relation to that loss, and the expressed concern by some businesses in that vicinity. Yes.
And do we know whether the state government did an economic impact assessment of the impact of the loss of those car parking spaces on the businesses?
Lord Mayor, I'm unaware of any study that was done of that nature, no.
And do we know whether they modified their plan at all in response to the business concerns?
Oh, look, I'm not sure on that, okay. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. All right. So we'll move on now to item 27, which was questions taken on notice during debate. They were in attachment A, and that be received and noted. Moved by Deputy, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. I'd now like a motion to move into the closed portion. Moved by Deputy, seconded by Councillor Posselt, that we move into the closed portion of the meeting. All those in favour? Yes.